Richie. My Richie's the most overrated with me, he said. Just an RPG outside. You ready to scrap? I'm gonna fuck you up until you get. I'll let you come out here, Richie. Fuck you, little bitch. There's Richie here in 5 seconds. I'm gonna whip your ass. What's she trying to do? Raise your hands when I hear you cause me. Raise your hands. Little bitch, stop playing with me. Run my Richie, Chris. You fucking punk. I'm a lady soul, bitch.
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody? Julie, hey, guess what day it is? Oh, come on, I know you can hear me. Mike. What day is it, Mike? Leslie, guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Woo-woo!
Ronnie, how happy are folks who save hundreds of dollars switching to Geico? I'd say happier than a camel on Wednesday.
Hump day!
Get happy. Get Geico. 15 minutes could save you
Oh,
15% or
boy.
more.
I gotta remake that. Oh, wrong one. I gotta remake that eventually. You know, when I'm no longer working overtime and I get my 3 days off again, I will probably remake that because, believe it or not, I do actually have a we have sand yippies, all right? Not to be confused with non-sand yippies. We have sand yippies, and the sand yippies, all right, they have yip camels. And we have a yippy camel. So we must remake it eventually. Anyway, happy hump day on Tuesday. Happy hump day on Tuesday. Chat. I hope you're having a fantastic day wherever you are right now. I almost just said Mizu's thing, and I'm not going to take that from him. That's his like special intro. Nice hat, thank you. I'm just going to wear the hat for a while. I feel like it's completely fine. I like it. I don't know, I like it. I am going to try and figure out how to customize it to make like a more customizable hat. I know that Temp did that, and I think what I'm going to do is tomorrow before we play Grounded, I'm going to ask him how to customize it a little bit more because I couldn't figure it out. You know. But I hope everyone's having a good day today. I'm having a good day today. I slept nice. I finally got some nice sleep. You don't get any sleep, by the way, when it's like the end of the year and your job. If you're somebody like me, where you have work that you must do towards the end of the year because everybody depends on you for stuff. Won't say which sector of work I'm in now, but like, you know, I'm in a sector of work that ramps up towards the end of the year because, you know, a lot of sectors end up doing so. But anyway, I hope that you guys have had a fantastic week so far. I had a good one, you know, chilling, working myself to the bone. Or octopuses don't really have bones. We have, there is really only one part of the octopus that is perpetually like solid or hard, and that's the beak. It's actually like a joke that I made on my Steam profile, where the hardest part of the octopus is the beak, and if you can put the beak anywhere, the octopus can basically follow. Yeah, here it is. Here, I'll show it on my Steam. Well, I won't show it on my Steam, but like on my Steam profile, I say an octopus can fit anywhere its beak can enter. The average octopus's beak is only a few inches across. So if an octopus's beak can enter whatever exists, it can go anywhere too. It can slither and slide into there. Raid? Oh, am I getting raided right now? Well, welcome. Thank you for the raid, Ava. I very much so appreciate that. Welcome, welcome, raiders. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. Well, I don't know what you were doing earlier because I was so busy. I wasn't really paying attention to anything, but I hope you enjoyed whatever you were doing. What did I just pop into? We're talking about octopuses and how cool octopuses are. I'm going to be real with you. But anyway, today, like is showing, it is a hump day on Tuesday, and that is because for at least right now, for the next month or so, I am working on Wednesdays. It's not really what I want. I asked when I got hired if I could not work on Wednesdays, and they told me that's just how it works, and I was like, okay, fine, whatever, you know. But it's whatever. Maybe one day I'll get Wednesdays off. If they like me enough, maybe we can just say, hey, give me Wednesday off. I'll work Saturday and Sunday, you know. But it is what it is. Thank you for the 5. I appreciate that.
Chimpus Universe donated $4.99 to the Lost Cause. Hat is very, very stylish. Would go nice with a nice leather suit, a leather octopus.
Probably. Thank you for reminding me, by the way. I need to update that super chat. Lost Cause. I need to change it from donated to tipped. Believe it or not, that's actually kind of like an important distinction because you guys are not donating money to me, you are tipping money to me. Like I am a server. And because of the way the new law works, it is technically a tip. Did I see Nyara failing the breakfast question? I did not. You might have to tag it to me. I have no idea. But anyway. So yeah, for the foreseeable future, if I have a Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday off, I will be doing hump day on those days. But if I get Wednesdays off, Wednesdays will be the hump day. What about weekends? It depends on what days I have off. But like hump day, the hump day is like my favorite stream of the week because I get to spend a lot of time just like out of all of the streams I have, all right? You know, Friday and Sunday or Friday, Saturday, those are days where like I can like pull stuff together, or maybe I'll do more reaction based stuff. But like Wednesdays are the hump days are the days where I spend quite a few hours pulling stuff together and pulling things in and doing like I write notes and I put things together. So these are my favorite streams. I feel like they're my favorite streams because I typically try to put way more effort into them because, you know, unlike Fridays and Saturdays when I am working literally up until my shift is over and then I have to come home and stream, I don't always get a lot of time to put everything together I want. Sometimes the most work that I put into my Friday and Saturday streams is I try and listen for cool stuff to talk about for the day, and then I come home and make the thumbnail.
Thank you, user, for the follow.
Thank you for following. But on Wednesdays or hump days, those are the days I actually get to prepare a little bit. I try to put 3 to 5 hours of prep into it. If I feel like I need to write down extensive notes, I'll write down extensive notes. But like, so these are my favorite streams. These are the ones that I get to put the most work into. I'm a server. I wish. Then I would get more tips. I might get more money if I was a server because then I'd get tips. But no, I am not. Octopus propaganda, yes. So yeah, that's going on. What else is going on in my life? I am playing Fortnite now. I was invited to play Fortnite with some friends next week. Not gonna say when or who just yet, but I have been invited to play Fortnite with some friends. They all asked me, or at least one of them asked me, "Are you good?" And I'm like, "Well, we'll see, I guess." I guess we'll see. I did win the other day. If you guys saw me on stream, I did get a victory royale, which I'm going to be honest, I don't call it that. I call it a winner chicken dinner because believe it or not, the first battle royale game I ever played was Players Unknown Battlegrounds, but I didn't play it on the computer. I played it on my phone back when it was like brand new on the phone. So I did used to play it there. But, what the heck? Why is my chair not moving? There we go. Sorry. My autism is it wants my chair to move around. So I am playing Fortnite now. For those that are wondering, because I have it and because it's a meme, I am using the Mr. Beast skin just because it's a meme. No other reason than just it is a meme. It's just funny to see a Mr. Beast skin. And so that's what I've got and that's what I'm going to be using. If I find a funnier meme skin that I would enjoy, I'm going to buy it and use it. But right now, the memeiest skin I own is literally just Mr. Beast. And it's funny. It's funny. And I mean, like, I'm not, like, hardcore playing it as much as I played Minecraft. Because Minecraft I've been playing a lot. But, like, I'd say my 6-month Minecraft spin is slowing down. And now I am, like, in between games. It's actually like, this is actually the best time for me as a content creator because like when I'm not playing video games or very hard into a video game, I typically can like belt out some good videos. So while I'm in between this, I'm going to try and work on some video ideas that I want to get done for the next quarter of next year. But so yeah, I have that. And so when I play Fortnite next week with some friends, you will see me playing as Mr. Beast pretty much the entire time. Again, unless there's a funnier skin I can buy. Outside of that, I did make this cool little thing. Some of you, if you watch my Friday or Saturday streams, you might remember I made a graphic talking about like my other autistic project, which is my home labbing thing that I've been working on here. and I won't show this too much because I do want to get into the main stuff for the day, because unfortunately tonight I still have I have my TV time with Ava, so later tonight in about 6 hours I'm gonna have that. But I did want to show you guys, because I talked about this last time, and this was a pretty poor graphic, but it was poor because I made it live. So this was kind of like my graphic to kind of teach you guys what I've been doing in the real world. And I will be making a video on this kind of stuff in the new year, I feel like, because I do kind of want to like show off what I've been doing. One, it is a tax write-off. I mean, it's already a tax write-off because I'm using this stuff for content creation, but it's an even more convincing tax write-off if I can say, oh, I'm going to be making a video with this kind of stuff. But so this was what I made live last time. However, it's a very poor graph, and it doesn't look so cool because there's no drawings in it. Excuse me, there's just lines and text. So I spent 3 hours the other night making this. And I think that this is much cooler in my personal opinion. So, and this includes a lot more in here. It includes graphs that show you what does what and what goes where. And there's different colors in here too. So, you know, to not like stick on it too long. Here's the basic explanation for the internet. All right, for most people, the internet stops with the internet modem and the internet router, with these two things, or sometimes they're combined into one. My modem actually also doubles as a router, but you know, you can hook up another router. But just for the sake of people here, most people will only have the modem and the router. But I'm not most people. I am kind of insane. So instead, this is like my plan for 2025. All right. I have a good chunk of some of this stuff already. I already have the router. I already have the port switch that allows me to connect more devices. And I already have my storage here. But next year, it might be a couple of years, but eventually I'm going to get more stuff. I'm going to build myself a media server. I'm going to get a better power distributor. I'm going to get redundant power backup for all my shit so that if power dies, I can shut it down safely. And then I've got some of this other stuff. I already have my computers here. I have my stream PC and my gaming PC. And I do have some Raspberry Pis. But eventually, next year, I want to start on my secret project that hopefully I can contribute to the internet eventually. I do want to have my own Minecraft server. Maybe not a public one, but my own Minecraft server that people can join. And then I also want to get started on a media server. The media server might happen sometime this year or next year because I already have most of the components that I would want for it. I already have a motherboard. I already have a good graphics card. I already have memory. I have RAM. The only thing I would need is some hard drives and a case to put it in, and maybe a new power supply. I think I have all the parts for my old power supply. But so if I can, because basically all I have is my old PC minus like a couple of parts. So if I can put that together on my old PC, I'm going to slot that in, and I'm going to build basically a media server. So I can this is basically right here. The media server is my own Netflix, only it's with movies that I own or movies that my family owns that they want to be backed up into essentially a cloud. So this is like my project for 2025 and I guess 2026. But yeah, I spent 3 or 4 hours working on this, and I'm very proud of how it looks. Very proud of it. Very, very proud of it. And if you're interested in following that journey, I do think that, again, like I said, there will be a video for it. I might make a different YouTube channel for specifically it, because I know not a lot of people would be interested in me talking about electronics. So I will probably make a separate channel just for me and my home lab journey. But that's about it. That's about it. That's about it. The vampire lawyer's here? Yes, she is. Well, she's been here. She has been here. Okay, cool. Another update that I wanted to give you guys. I didn't actually pull this up. I probably should have. Let me pull open my channel here. Posts. So another thing that I wanted to show off is, so I did write this post a couple of days ago. I am working on the Cinder video, and by me, I should mean I have turned over all of the assets I need for the video to the editor Yippee. The editor Yippee is going to be working on it. My hope is to try and get it out before Christmas or maybe sometime in the new year. We have basically all of the assets for the stream minus like 1 or 2 clips that I want to put in. However, the first video is like done, but like the first video is like prepped. Basically, we have all of the stuff we need. I know how I want it to go together, and I've made a blueprint for how I want the video to go together. And so now it's just a process of putting the video together. So if you're interested in the Cinder video, that's coming. You know, I do want to apologize to people that were like, wait, I've had a couple people that are just like, is it coming? Is it coming? Unfortunately, you know, when the pre and post move, like it takes a lot out of you. And I've still been like trying to reorient my life because I moved. Then I had like a week of nothing where I tried to like unpack the world around me and clean. And then I started my job, and I started my job in the middle of the peak season for a lot of different companies. So I haven't really had a whole lot of time to devote to what I really want to do, and that is content creation. But just bear in mind, it is coming. The video is coming. Not just one. There are going to be a couple of Cinder videos. And I know a couple people have asked me. I had a couple comments of people asking why I'm making this video when, you know, all is basically said and done, and why do we need more videos? And I really had to think about the best way to respond to that, because I think that for me, I am making these Cinder videos because not to be very clear here. I'm not making these videos to restoke the flames of the drama. The drama is over. People have moved on. You know, Cinder has, in my personal opinion, she has lost really only a couple of things, but in the grand scheme of things, Cinder has won, I would say. However, the problem that I now have is it's over, yet people have produced content in the interim that I personally believe does not help a look back into what happened. Because everybody that has produced videos after the fact, in my personal opinion, still have been untruthful. Excuse me. They have not been truthful in their telling of it, and that bothers me. That extremely bothers me. Like right now, if you search up Cinder videos, Mujin is probably going to be the first or the second guy that you show up with, and he is still, in my personal opinion, and I have listened to the whole thing, but in my personal opinion, even though like I feel like some of his stuff he has course corrected or shifted on, I still feel like he is overall trying to paint the situation as a crazy woman just being crazy. And that's only like a small portion of like the drama with Cinder. Yes, Cinder was being a woman and being just slightly crazy, but like there's so many angles and sides to the entire drama that people are refusing to acknowledge and see, either because they have their own biases or because they just want to. Actually, I think it's just really their own biases. So yes, I am going to make the video series. Unfortunately, it's not going to be done all at once. It's going to take me a while. And yes, I am sure that unfortunately, some people will restoke flames because of it. But like, that's not my goal. That's not my purpose. And I can't really stop people. But yeah, the videos are coming because if anything, I want to be sure that people have a proper retelling, of the entire thing, because I don't believe that there is a proper one. And as far as I know, outside of live streams that I've done, and to be completely honest with you, live streams are a great way for a lot of that to be told. But, and I say but, mostly just because a lot of people don't watch streams. If you watch a live stream or you go back and watch a live stream, you're in a minority of people, because live streams and live stream VODs do not get as much attention as long form videos. So in a way, yes, I do want a video to get out there. I want it to get a lot of attention because I want people to recognize that the truth that is told to both anime and normie audiences is not the right story. And so, yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, like, you know, obviously it would be great if to build it and then, like, you know, the secondary or, you know, third effect from it that comes is I expand my audience. But, like, my goal behind it is to make a video that actually tells the right story. Because as of right now, I don't believe if you are a normie searching the Cinder stuff, you're not going to get the right story. You're going to get whatever the slop is that other people want to feed you. And again, that's a problem for me. That's it. That's just a problem for me, basically. Can I react to them? Yeah, I don't care. Go right ahead, you know? Please, go right ahead and react to it. React to it, watch it, give it as the attention that you want. I don't mind. In my personal opinion, I think, and you know, I could be proven wrong. I think a lot of people will try to ignore it, even if it does grow, because people know that they are wrong. There's a lot of content creators, in my personal opinion, who are wrong, and they know they are wrong, but they're going to ignore it because if they choose to not ignore it, or if they choose to watch it and then push it aside, but if they had to recognize the wrong that they had, it would ruin them, in my personal opinion. It just is what it is. Anyway, I don't want to dwell on it too much. Yeah, I had a couple people that are just like, why are you doing this? And it's just like, because nobody else will. Nobody, like, and I have the Thanos meme that's going to be put in the video, but literally, nobody else will be truthful. Nobody else will choose to be objective. Everybody is just choosing to walk a specific way. And just because everybody walks a specific way doesn't mean it's always correct. So, you know, first video that pops up is royalty is here, following by VTuber explain, which is great to see because he does a good job. I heard that the royalty video wasn't 100% accurate as well. Which, speaking of which, I don't hate royalty. I actually think some of his videos are good, but I've been told that like some of his stuff that he sometimes just gets wrong. I don't know. I've some of his videos I've listened to, I wouldn't know, but like and I haven't watched his Cinder one. But I heard that some people said that he kind of just walked along with some of the stuff that people said. And, you know. I don't know. By the way, my advanced GG came in today. I ordered, during the Black Friday sale, advanced GG. And I'm going to be enjoying that today. Speaking of advanced GG, since I am a ruthless shill, don't forget that you can get 10% off using MommaOcco 10 on Advanced GG. I really like Advanced GG personally because they don't include dyes in any of their stuff from the looks of it. As opposed to the other guys that do include dyes in all of their stuff. Advanced GG goes a step beyond by using no artificial dyes. So I recommend that if you want dye-less or no artificial dyes in your stuff, that you go with Advanced GG, MommaOcco 10. And, you know, if you use that, it does, like, reward me a little bit, and I very much so appreciate that. I need my red 40. I don't. I would prefer no red 40, honestly. There's actually a good Yippee meme where the Yippies, if they eat too much red dye, they explode, which is kind of what happens to me, only in an emotional sense. It's why I don't. It's why I appreciate that some people actually care. You know. Speaking of red dye, there is actually a meme. Or not a meme. There's actually a video of RFK Jr. Let me see if I can find it. This is kind of like a random aside here. Let me see if I can find it. RFK, pull up. Thank you for the 10. I appreciate that. Yeah, there it is. I'll pull it up.
99 cents to the problem. Happy Hump Day, Octomom. This is a reminder to anime fans and tubers. Normies hate you and thinks you hobby is cringe.
Amen.
That's good because that makes filtering tourists and gatekeeping even easier.
I agree. We're going to be talking about that a lot today. I don't want to spoil it too much, but I want to talk about that today. And yeah, that's a very important thing to remember. So I appreciate you reminding other people. Before we continue, I want to make sure I grab the earlier stuff that before the stream started. Drift 1879, thank you for becoming a initiate member. Chimpus Universe, thank you for donating a banana and for the $1.99 earlier. Tapeworms are a way to lose weight. I don't recommend that. It is a way to lose weight, but that is a very terrifying way to lose weight. I don't know if that's medically acceptable, but you know, who am I to pressure you and tell you can or can't do that? Anyway, Festiva for 2 earlier as well. Hump Day, who you humping today at Motherly Octopus? Well, I guess we'll be humping the news. Anyway, let me show you this, and then we'll, I think, start talking about the main news here. So, chat, I saw this the other day, and it's proof to me, not really proof to me. This is kind of a joke. It's kind of a joke, but I saw this, and this was the craziest thing ever, and I thought this was really cool. Here, let me, We're gonna open this up. So this is RFK Jr., all right? The guy that's in charge of health for the United States right now. Oh, thank you for the 10. I appreciate that.
At Chimpius Universe tipped $9.99 to the problem. That video will be an archive and probably become the de facto Cinder drama video.
It's possible. It's possible. I would like it to be. Again, the only reason why I want to make the video is because people are still lying. And even if people are done with the drama, I want people that want to look back to have something that actually... Because people will look back, and I want history to be told correctly, if that makes sense. If that makes sense. Anyway, so jumping over to this. All right, I saw this and I thought to myself, holy shit. Maybe we should listen to him about the red dye. I have seen that there is some stuff that he says that I may or may not agree with. However, this alone, okay, this is RFK Jr. This man's in his 70s, all right? Now, I don't think these are full pull-ups. I think these might be halvesies. But at 71 years old, especially hearing how this man talks and how slow he is, seeing this... Oh.
Thank you.
I will tell you right now. I am not a weak man. I'm also not a very strong man. I probably couldn't do 20 in a row just like this. I couldn't do this. But like the fact that he can. Thank you for the $5
to the lost cause. All I want to say is a peanut winning the vtuber awards, and people get bent over it, is the funniest thing I've seen all year.
Indeed. We'll talk about that later. We got to get through the streamer awards first, and then we'll get to that. But yeah, there is some stuff that has been funny, some stuff that's been tragic, and some stuff that I want to give my opinion on. But anyway, seeing this man do this, like, I'm telling you right now, again, I'm not weak, I'm not strong, I couldn't do this. I could probably do a couple of them in a row, and then I'd be like, okay, and I do think that that's probably just because I'm not, like, I don't work out like this, you know? I consider my job to be the workout because I work every bit of my body for 10 hours straight, and then I need to come home and lay down before I die. But the fact that he can do this in his 70s, I only know a few old people that can do this, all right? My grandparents are one of them. My grandparents are active body, they like actively work out. They are like retired now. At the very least, my grandma, she works out every single morning. I know that she's like gotten a little bit slower within the past decade, but like 20 years ago when she started like, well, I mean, she's always worked out, but like she was really serious about it 20 years ago, and that's kind of maintained. And the funniest thing in the world is being able to say, yeah, my grandma could bench press me and my siblings. That was the funniest thing for me to say when I was a kid. Planet Fitness is $10 a month. I know, I don't want to go to Planet Fitness. That's disgusting. Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely disgusting. No way. I'd rather like just get my own stuff. All right, that's cheaper and way less gross.
My minis and see RFK doing his best impersonation of Senator Armstrong in his 70s is just wild.
Yes, it is. See, what's funny here is, so he does that. All right, he does this. Okay, and then he lets somebody else come over and try. Okay. Because I think one of his other, I don't know if it's another constituent or just somebody else that like is related to him, but I think this guy comes over and he's like, you know what? I can show up this old man. I can show up this old man. So he's like unbutton. See, what's funny is RFK, he didn't unbutton his shirt. He didn't loosen his tie. This guy is loosening his tie, taking it off. He's got to unbutton his shirt. He's got to show up. But and then I oh, never mind. It doesn't happen. But like, it's just really funny to see. It's just really funny to see that this man can do this. Those are half pull-ups, but that many in a row is pretty good. Yeah, again, it's really good to see for a man in his 70s. All right, like regardless if it's a half Z or a full Z, the fact that he can do it at all. How many old people that are over the age of 50, 60, or 70? Hell, I'll even say 80. Granted, he's only 70. But how many people can you say actually like does that? It's proof enough to me that he gives a shit about his body. And again, I probably won't agree with everything that he says about health and safety and stuff, but the fact that he is maintaining his body tells me at the very least he kind of gives a damn about other people in the US. So, all I'm saying is maybe he's got something right about red dye. Maybe he's got something right about that red dye. It reminds me, so there was a funny meme. I don't have it on me right now. I'd have to scroll for a while in my, because I sent it to my mom as a joke. But like, there's a funny meme made by a political comic commentator. They like made a meme of RFK Jr. running to some kids, getting rid of their candy because they had red dye and giving them beets instead. And the funny joke about that is beets or beetroot are a natural red dye that you can use. And I just think it's kind of funny. It's just kind of funny. It's been an almost pull up, more than half, less than full. Fair enough. Fair enough. I think you have to go straight over your chin in order for it to count. Again, I don't do pull-ups, but if I did, I would say that he does way better than me. Anyway. I got a lot of stuff to talk about today. I'll tell you right now, I got miscellaneous stuff, I got streamer awards, and I got Burnt Peanut. Because yes, Burnt Peanut himself is a different topic altogether from the streamer awards. The streamer awards was the catalyst for everything that is going on with today. However, we also have to talk about the stuff in the streamer awards as well. Because believe it or not, like if you're a VTuber fan and you just focused on the Burnt Peanut stuff, that's like an entire stream all on its own. And I considered that. However, there is probably an hour or two of stuff that we could talk about just with the streamer awards. Yes, Hassan is going to be a little bit of it. Yes, I'm going to have a crash out based off of the creator of the streamer awards because I do not like her. In fact, I will say that I probably hate QT Cinderella, specifically just because of how much of an insufferable woman QT Cinderella is. Now again, chat, disclaimer, all right? Disclaimer, this is our little circle of hate, all right? This is our little circle of hate. We are allowed to hate people within the terms of the TOS as much as we want, all right? As much as we want. But you are not allowed to take that hatred anywhere else, all right? This is our little campfire where we can come together, scream how much we dislike somebody, or scream how funny we think something is. But you cannot leave that bubble and then take it somewhere else, all right? I say this, and, you know, I am trying to get more in a better mood of saying this, but I say this because, you know, when or if, like, clips of me saying how much I hate somebody gets out there, I just want it to be known. No harassment. No harassment. Don't poke at other people. Oh, excuse me. I just noticed how much my trash can, like, bothered me in one corner, so I'm moving it to another corner. There we go. There we go. I only noticed it because my foot kept bumping it. All right. So, anyway. So, before we, like, get into the streamer awards, I have some miscellaneous stuff. The first thing I wanted to show is I got something recently, chat. Among the other things that I got, I recently got some art for me and Mizu. You might have seen this, you might not have seen this. I like this image. Recently, Mizu has decided to push me through all of Hazbin Hotel 1 and 2. And even though me and him and a lot of the audience agreed that, like, if I was actually a character, it would probably not be Alistar, I did this specifically because it fits. It just kind of fits. You know, the two drama tubers, it kind of fits, you know. I would say that if Vox and Alistar were forced to do a podcast together, it would fit. It would fit. Now watch Smiling Friends? Maybe. But I decided to throw this in. I decided to buy this because I thought it would fit. Thank you for the
$4.99 to the Lost Cause. This is our safe space of
yes, if you want to call it that. But yeah, I got this. Now, in addition to this, I also like have configured a filter on my mixer. So if ever, I don't know if there's like a filter you could make for Vox, because Vox is a TV and he sounds like a normal person just through kind of a TV. But if I ever wanted to, I now have a filter. I now have a filter for talking like a Radiohead. I now have a filter for it. You know what I need to do? What I need to do is get some sort of like microphone to put on the screen. And I do need to get like my old suit back, because a lot of people don't know I do have my very first like look. I guess technically my second one, but my first look that was like really recognizable was a suit, and I'm going to get the suit again. Say Whoa Buddy with the filter. Well, if somebody redeems the Whoa Buddy thing on Kick, I will, because I now have a Whoa Buddy redeem over on Kick. So you'll have to redeem it on Kick if you want me to say Whoa Buddy. But anyway, so yeah, I do have that. I added the radio kind of like mix voice, and I am going to work on a new suit look as well. So I don't know. I thought this was really cool. I like this. And I may have Ari, the artist who made this, draw some more for me in the future, because mostly just because of Mizu, and I wanted to get Mizu something else as well eventually. Someone's making a Vox VTuber model. That's kind of cool. You know, if the model is customizable, you know Mizu will use it. You know Mizu will use it. You know. All right, let's move on to some miscellaneous stuff here. This next thing I want to talk about, kind of a quick one that we're gonna talk about really quickly, is a little bit of politics. And I thought this was interesting. Now, this is state by state dependent. This is not like, I believe, for the entire country. This is state by state dependent, but now there are new requirements in some states for people that want to redeem SNAP benefits. And one of those things that you now have to do in order to qualify for SNAP benefits is you have to work a total of 40 hours a month. I don't know what the old requirements were, but like now one of the requirements is you have to work a minimum of 40 hours a month in order to qualify for SNAP benefits. So that's interesting. So if you want to participate with SNAP, some states will require you to have some sort of work. I don't know if that includes like actually holding a job or doing some kind of community service, whether that be working at like a shelter of some kind. But now you are required to get 40 hours in order to qualify for that. A month, that's 1.5 hours a day, something like that. So. And like the thing is as somebody who, when they were a child, was a recipient of it, because my mother, when she unfortunately divorced my biological father, she had to kind of depend on SNAP a little bit, because, you know, when you separate from the primary bread giver, you kind of have to depend on the government a little bit to get back on your feet. Thank you for the 5.
This is laying the groundwork for a trap, Occo. The SNAP benefits are a 4D chess move. Also, you hear the EU wants to liquidate all USA bonds by February?
I did not hear that. I don't know if what that really means, because I'm not that much of a... I really just dip my toes into politics. This is one that I thought was interesting, because I actually feel like I can give a decent comment on it. But I did not know that. I don't really know what that does, if that's helpful or not helpful for the US. But anyway, as somebody who, when I was a kid, was kind of a recipient of SNAP, because my mother kind of like, when she was in between jobs and in between dating, before she married my now dad, we kind of depended on it a little bit to get back on our feet. I do believe that, like, if you want to be a recipient of some of these benefits, you should have to prove that either you are working, or you're trying to get work, or you're trying to get out of your situation, if that makes sense. I don't believe that you should just be a recipient of these kinds of benefits if you are not putting in effort to improve your life. Now, obviously, I do believe that not every single person is the same. Not every single person has the exact same circumstances. Some people may be permanently disabled and may not be able to do any form of work. But, like, if you are able to do work, I do believe that there should be some strict requirements for you to come onto this.
But suffice it to say, if EU liquidates the bonds to, say, China, it will wreck our economy.
Okay, good to know. 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 Again, I'm just not very familiar with all that stuff. I would say I don't care, but I just don't know, so I can't really give an opinion. But anyway, I just thought this was an interesting little thing because someone sent it to me, and I was like, huh, that's a cool little thing to know. So yeah, I don't know which states this counts for. It might mention this. It might actually mention that in this here. Yeah, it might mention this in here. But some states now require that if you want to take out SNAP benefits, you must now also work a minimum of 40 hours a month. Which, by the way, that's not a lot. I work 40 hours a week, sometimes more. So, that shouldn't be that bad. And again, I do think that depending on your circumstances, if you are disabled, if you are unable to work for whatever reason, mostly just disabled, I feel like it probably would be waived, or you'd get different requirements. But this was just an interesting this was just an interesting thing to know here. Another interesting thing to know, I don't know why it was scrolled down there. You guys might remember that Trump introduced a bill that allow no taxation on tips, and that extends towards content creators now, which is very good for me, because anytime, by the way, chat, anytime you super chat me, it is tax-free because it is a tip. I consider it a tip to my services here. I even specifically call it a tip. So whenever you super chat me or you throw something on Streamlabs, I consider it a tip, and it is therefore tax-free. However, not every individual in the United States is happy about this, because I guess allegedly one of the things that you cannot make tax-free is pornography. Thank God I don't do that. Thank God I don't do that. So if you do pornography, okay, you cannot count that as a tip that can be tax-free. And I guess one of the ways to check up on that is there might be IRS agents that will have to watch OnlyFans content, because spoiler alert, not everything on OnlyFans is pornography. It is mostly known for pornography, but OnlyFans also just involves people. It's basically like another Patreon for a lot of people. But I guess now for people that use OnlyFans as their platform for tipping, they have to watch pornography or watch people's OnlyFans to see if it counts or does not count, which is funny, which would be kind of funny. This article is really interesting. It does like make a snide remark about banning pornography, which is, I'm not really interested in having the ban porn or not ban porn conversation today, because I don't have any resources for it. But like, I just thought this was a funny little article here. If you want to look it up, it's on the Not the Bee, which means it's more true. It's not like a joke. It's a funny little thing here. It's a funny little thing. So yeah, I just thought that was a funny little thing to bring up, because again, Trump has basically made it to where if you are tipped, it is not taxable. Obviously, there's still some forms of money that I get paid through being a content creator that is tipped or that isn't tipped, and I will pay taxes on that. But like, if you are a lewd content creator, I guess you can't tip that. And if you submit to the government that all of your money that's tax-free, you might have an IRS agent that has to watch your content to see if it is considered tippable or not. You can get the title of professional gooner. Probably. I'm gonna be honest with you, with how much the government was gutted last year, there's probably going to be less of that. Now, I'm not saying this as you should hope that you get away with tax fraud, but because you should not be defrauding the government. That is something they take seriously. But with how many IRS agents they decided to just fire after they were hired, that's probably going to be a very slow process for them. Probably. I don't know. I heard rumors. Well, not rumors. I listened to clips where Trump is like that he wants to do away with taxes entirely and just rely on tariffs, which, you know, that's kind of like saying that you want to, because like I remember when I lived in Texas, Texas didn't have income tax. You know what they had? They had toll roads and they taxed everything else. So, you know, if Trump wants to get rid of tariffs and get rid of taxes and rely on tariffs, if he can do it, great. You know, in my personal opinion, I'm fine with just paying tariffs on shit rather than taxes, but that might be worse or better. I don't know. I'm not really good in that form of money, but you know. Also, thank you for feeding the landlords.
Disrespecter. So let me get this straight. Trump is basically taking 4chance ethot tax to the government level instead of just reporting the ethos to the IRS, while the rest of people who aren't being lewd are get no tax on tips? Based.
Indeed. Worse because it will raise prices. Probably. I don't know. I still think taxes are like a form of theft, legal theft that the government does to take your money away. But we don't have to have that discussion today. That's just my thought process on it. I just thought this was funny and wanted to show it to you because I thought it was funny. Moving on. This is a bit of some iDubbbz stuff. This is an iDubbbz thing here. Okay. This is an iDubbbz thing. And I thought it would be funny. For those that don't know, Caleb Hammer is a streamer that like talks about people's speaking of money, by the way. Speaking of money, Caleb Hammer is a guy that talks about your finances and stuff. And I guess a lot of people wanted him to go on iDubbbz's show to talk about iDubbbz's finances because recently iDubbbz is declared that he's been poor, which is why he's moved back to Canada, or excuse me, he didn't move back to Canada. His wife moved back to Canada and took him with him, and now they live in the basement of his mother-in-law, which is like such a downgrade. Now, to be fair, you know, times are tough for a lot of people. Not everybody is able to live in the way that they would like to. And so for some people, moving back in with your parents is just the unfortunate way that it has to go. I understand that. When COVID started, I lived with my parents for like a year because, you know, COVID made things more expensive and more scary. And living with my parents was, one, a convenience, and two, it made it easier when I did lose my job because of COVID. So I'm not going to flame people that are in those kinds of situations. However, I will flame iDubbbz because you guys need to remember, iDubbbz was a millionaire, all right? He was a content creator. Almost call him a VTuber. I definitely wouldn't call him a VTuber. iDubbbz was a content creator who made very successful videos and made a lot of money. A lot of money. He lived in a $1 million house, I'm pretty sure. And what ended up happening? He lost all of his money, probably because he wasted it on things like Creator Clash. In fact, I know a lot of his money was wasted on Creator Clash because they came out and basically said that they wasted a lot of their money on Creator Clash. And so he moved back in with his mother, basically. Didn't he owe money from Creator? I'm sure he owed money from Creator Clash too. I believe it. I mean, you guys also have to remember, Creator Clash 3 never happened. It was supposed to be back in like June or July, and then it was pushed to October. It didn't happen. And I know for a fact that Creator Clash was supposed to be a way that they made money. And so when it didn't happen, it makes sense that they sold their house at a loss, by the way, from what I heard, and decided to move back in with his mother-in-law. And ever since iDubbbz has basically had that giant fall, he's become such a spiteful, resentful little man. Basically. Such a spiteful and resentful little man. And a lot of people have been joking that Caleb Hammer, who again talks about finances and audits people's finances, a lot of people have joked that, hey, Caleb Hammer should go on iDubbbz's show or go and talk to iDubbbz or have iDubbbz on, and they should talk about iDubbbz's finances. And what ended up happening is we have this clip here where Caleb Hammer talks about how he was banned from iDubbbz's chat. So here, I'm going to turn down my music just a tad. And we're going to listen to this clip. This clip is amazing.
Never said anything bad about iDubbbz. I probably never will, because who gives a fuck? I was a big fan at one point, and my friend Graham Stephan has met him quite a few times. Literally, I followed him on Twitch a month or two ago. Followed him on Twitch. That was it. I wasn't even streaming anymore at that point, because it was like a month after I was done streaming. I just followed him on Twitch because I just wanted to just track his views, because it's very interesting to see how little views he gets. I went the next day because it said he went.
Oh my gosh, that is such a burn. Holy shit. I don't think he's trying to be mean. That's kind of a dig. I'm going to be real.
Live, I was blocked. I was banned and blocked. I never commented. I've never said a word about him.
Wow.
I've never done anything involving him.
Which is absolutely insane.
So yeah, he just follows iDubbbz to follow him. Next time iDubbbz goes live, he's blocked and banned. That is so fucking hilarious. I can't believe, like, you have to be so fucking afraid of people like Caleb, because again, like, he's just here to talk about finances. You know, if I had to, if he asked to talk about my finances, I would say, yeah, some of my stuff I wish I managed a little bit better, especially during COVID. You know, when you lose your job and unfortunately you can't sustain yourself, you know, stuff happens. But like, I can't imagine being so afraid of the finance guy that you ban and block him from your chat. That is absolutely the funniest, most insane thing I've ever seen. Is just outward hilarious, in my personal opinion. I just wanted to show that because, again, the downfall of iDubbbz, of Ian Jomha, again, reminder, he took her name, not the other way around. The downfall of this man is, like, both funny and sad. Again, as somebody who liked him and followed him kind of after his prime, it really is just kind of depressing, in my personal opinion. Because you have a man who was on top of the world, made some of the best content, and then he lost it all for some pussy. And he'll cry, bitch, and moan saying that it wasn't her. It was not his wife. But he, like you can say that all you want, iDubbbz. You really can say it all you want. Okay? But we know it's true. We know it's true. All right? I don't need to wait till the afterlife to figure out what the answer to that is. All right? It's true. And it's also 42. Anyway, I just wanted to include that because I thought that was funny. It was a silly little thing that I feel like chat would have enjoyed getting a little chuckle out of, basically. Moving on here. Let's talk about some YouTube stuff. Let's talk about YouTube. All right. Now, I know a lot of people haven't been really happy with both Twitch and YouTube recently. Twitch and YouTube have been stacking up some L's. YouTube been a little bit more in the limelight. You know, Twitch has, when TwitchCon came around, Twitch was like, we're going to do a stupid. Then YouTube came around and said, the AI is gonna hold your beer and do it even worse. Make a computer-generated image of your beer, basically. So recently, I mean, the thing is, we've always known that YouTube has had some sort of automated process with their stuff. However, it has felt like YouTube has more recently been depending more and more and more, almost it feels like entirely on robots to do all of its work for it. And it and I'm not going to say I agree with that, because in my personal opinion, humans are needed for every facet of moderation, because humans are humans. But it makes sense why YouTube would depend on robots to make decisions for it, because there is so much footage or just minutes of YouTube videos that are uploaded every single day that no human can reasonably and responsibly. And I say responsibly because, you know, a human can like flip through things. We already know that they have some form of moderation that humans do have. But like no reasonable human can look through a 3 or 4 hour live stream that I do and come to the conclusion that that it is or is not safe for work. It just doesn't happen. So knowing that they rely on AI, I don't agree with it, but it makes sense why it is happening, basically. Hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well too. Now, recently, as an unfortunate side effect of this, a lot of YouTube channels have been getting deleted. Now, out of all of these channels that get deleted, it seems that a lot of these channels, at least according to what I have seen, some of them are AI slop, and I don't care if AI slop gets deleted. If all you're doing is low effort, like freebooting other clips and videos that other people have made and then like mixing it in with DIY videos, I don't care that that shit gets deleted, because I'm going to be completely real with you. I don't care for that kind of content. All right. Oftentimes that is the shit that you will only see when you're on the toilet or when you're just like, you need to waste 5 or 10 minutes before you have to decide you have to get up and go to work. So I don't care that those channels get deleted. In fact, I am fine with those channels getting deleted. However, there are other channels that are being disproportionately attacked and also getting taken down. Now, thankfully, to the credit of some people, if you are able to get a big enough noise on Twitter or other social media platforms, it does seem that humans will take a manual review. And most of the time, it seems, as long as the channel isn't right-wing Nazis, it seems like most of them go back up. It seems. There was a period where a guy that like had a channel got deleted because YouTube looked at a comment that this guy allegedly made when he was 13 and decided that that was enough to delete his channel. He made a stink about it, and YouTube was like, you know what? You're right. We probably shouldn't have our AI do that. And my hope was that they tuned the AI to stop like taking comments that you made on another channel when you were 13 as a reason to delete you, which again, that's kind of fucking insane in my personal opinion. By the way, chat, just letting you know right now, there is a way to delete YouTube comments en masse on your Google account. I think you have to do it on a web browser, but just letting you know, you probably should look into that, all right? I don't know if YouTube will or won't do that anymore, but if you are afraid of the things that you said when you were a 13-year-old, you know, some of them might have been cringe, you take a look into it. You know, you might actually, one, you're going to have some memories come back and they're going to freak you the fuck out. And two, you might find some stuff where you're just like, I really don't want that to come back and bite me, you know? But yeah, so YouTube has been stepping in it. Now, they have gotten a lot of backlash for it. And so one might think that if they are getting backlash for it, maybe they would tone it down or fix it. Well, the CEO of YouTube, Neil Mohan, not going to say anything about the man here. We love Neil Mohan here. Neil Mohan is the gracious overlord of YouTube, and we think that he is cool, and we don't want to get deleted by him. Thank you for the 5.
Remember, anything right of Pol Pot and Chairman Mao is right-wing Yati. They're gonna drag their feet at all costs to make sure of that. Maybe.
But thank you for the 5. I appreciate it. Anyway, we love Neil Mohan here, all right? We love him just as much as we love the last person that owned YouTube. And we beg that he looks over us with peace and kindness and passes over us, basically. But he, in an interview recently, claimed that instead of like pulling back on AI, that they're going to push harder on AI. And the reason why is because they want to give creators more tools, especially for people that allegedly don't have the ability to make videos otherwise. Which I'm going to be real with you. I think that that's kind of a dumb reason, and it's a reason that I don't feel like it works. Because let me make it clear. AI is a decent tool. However, AI should not be the replacement towards you having thought, or to seek out your own human touch. AI is something that yeah, it is a tool, essentially. There are times where I myself will ask AI for concepts, or I may ask AI ideas for things, but AI should never be a replacement for your touch. basically, because it just doesn't fit. Not only does it not fit, but AI is extremely expensive for companies to run. I talked about this the other day with Temp on Dogwave, but like AI is expensive. AI does not fit in like the grand scheme of things. And when companies finally figured out how expensive it is and how hard it is to maintain, they are probably going to scale back quite a lot so that it doesn't run them into the ground, basically. So I don't really like when he's saying where he's like, oh, creators who've lacked skills or like tools. Don't get me wrong. I'm fine with a couple of tools that are AI or artificial. It's not, I really still hate calling it AI. It's really just the machine with extra tools. I'm fine with a couple of extra tools, you know, but like, it's still just like a gimmick that costs way too much money and way too many resources, in my personal opinion. But yeah, I'd be fine if they use the AI again to get rid of AI slop. Again, I'm very okay with that. Get rid of all the AI slop channels. Make it to where people have to actually like put real shit together. Because like there are good shorts that I do see on YouTube. Like I follow some shorts creators that aren't just the slop. They actually are really good. Like there's this one. As I've been like getting more into the self-hosting stuff, there's this guy that I watch. His name is like Yeaster, who like works on computers and stuff. I like what he does, but like I am not for the slop. So if they take down the slop and make it to where people have to be more original, totally all right with that. Just stop killing accounts that don't need to be killed. Okay, don't kill accounts that don't need to be killed. That's all I'm gonna say. So yeah, YouTube said this. It sounds bad on its front. Maybe it'll be good. Probably. Always hold the most optimism, because otherwise, bad idea. So yeah, this came out. I definitely don't think a lot of people were happy to hear it, but you know, is what it is. Is what it is. Anyway, Nick Fuentes had an interview with Piers Morgan. This man has been making the rounds. I had a stream the other day talking about why Nick Fuentes is so popular. My personal belief is Nick Fuentes is popular because a lot of the people on the right that are or did used to be popular, like Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, a lot of the Daily Wire. The problem is that they are very unpopular now.
MommaOcco.
And so more fringe opinions are being boosted by other individuals.
But maybe those creators who need AI to make videos shouldn't be making them in the first place.
We'll go back to this for a moment. I guess you would have to be specific, because I do agree and believe that if you have to generate every bit of yourself in order to make a video, yeah, you probably shouldn't be a good creator. In my personal opinion, those people will get overshadowed, and like they're really just there to get the hype until it dies. There are some tools again with AI that I'm okay with. Like I take the same argument that I did when Photoshop or just like digital art became a thing, because a lot of people didn't like digital art. I'd say the difference between the introduction of digital art and AI is with digital art, the difference between it is just a physical canvas and a digital canvas. With AI, you are literally just like trying to create something out of nothing or out of somebody else's work in multiple different facets. I still think that it is a decent tool, and I will use it as a workshopping tool, but I could never really see myself using AI as like a permanent tool. I think the closest you'll get is if I have a thumbnail that I want to make for a YouTube video, and there's an asset that like I'm like, okay, I just want to have like one random little thing on the screen. Like, oh, you know what? Here's an idea. So when I had a stream with fucking what's her name? Nianis. When I streamed with Nianis, the thumbnail I made here, let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find the thumbnail. Because that entire thumbnail was original minus one little thing, and it was the furry. Here it is. So this thumbnail I made myself minus the furry. All right. Do you want to know why I didn't use a random furry on the thumbnail? It's because furries fucking will hurt you. So I was like, okay, for a thumbnail that talks about furries, I'm okay using an AI generated picture of a random like wolf or furry, if that makes sense. I guess like if I had a couple more hours, maybe I could have asked Nianis if they had a picture of a furry that I could use. But I was just like, you know what, AI, make me a furry, and that's about as much as I'll do. You know, if I can get away with making everything on the thumbnail, I'll do it. Like I will 100% create the thumbnail, build it, workshop it. But if I can't make a certain element of it, I'll just ask AI to do it for me for the thumbnail, and I don't care. You know, what's funny is nobody asked about it, which is fair. But yeah, that itself was an AI generated. That was one AI generated element. For everything else, again, I try to make it as original as possible. Yeah, I try to make it as original as possible. Ooh, that's nice. I'll have to comment on that later. Thank you. You know who you are if you're in chat, but thank you. I see what you made for me there. But yeah, for the most part, I try to keep it as original as I can. You know.
At Internet's in Master 8952 discovered Mom has milkers and gave $5. Creators like Don Bongwater and Skybrows who make unique stuff with AI are fine, but it sounds like the YouTube overlords want the dumbest AI slop up.
It's possible. It's very possible. And like, I'll even go further to say that when Leaflet does the stuff that she does, I think that's pretty cool. You know, and what's funny about Leaflet is Leaflet uses AI, but Leaflet is also a very massive creator who has paid real artists, who does have real people work for her. And like, so I think that she does the AI slop stuff because it's a fun joke and it's a silly joke to do. But like, I think that what she does is completely fun. I don't think that it's anything other than just, it's a fun little thing for her to use sometimes. It's not like something that she is seriously, it's not like she is actually using the AI stuff that she does to put in the professional stuff that she uses. And so I don't know. I just think that it's a fun little tool. It's a fun little thing to have, but like if you're trying to use it as like a huge thing, it won't work the same way as a normal creator, which yeah, basically. Anyway, let's jump back over to Nick Fuentes. So Nick Fuentes had an interview with Piers Morgan. He's been making the rounds, talking to different people, and a lot of different people are having him on. And they're having him on because he is the guy right now that is just controversial enough to have on. Either people will make fun of him or laugh at him or whatever, but people are giving him airtime. And one of the individuals that had him on was Piers Morgan. And this clip is like something, okay? Like, okay. For those that don't know, again, brief TLDR of who Nick Fuentes is. Nick Fuentes is the Mexican white leader of the white supremacists, and he has a group of people called Groypers. This man here wants to basically, this man is a Hitler worshiper that wants to reintroduce the third and fourth, maybe even the fifth and the sixth Reich. And we are pretty sure he is gay. We are pretty sure he has had sex with a man. And we are pretty sure that he is a cum hunter as well. He also blew Destiny. He also blew Destiny. We're also pretty sure that he blew Destiny as well. Now, this interview is really bad. I have not watched the whole thing. I have watched clips. This clip in particular, just like, here, we're gonna listen to it.
Just to clear up one of the many theories about you, I've no idea what the answer is, and you haven't got to answer. But are you actually attracted to women?
I am attracted to women.
You're not gay?
No.
I like how he had to think about that. Now, to be fair, these shows do probably have a small, like 1 to 2 second delay. So you could just say, oh, that pause is just a delay between it going from Piers Morgan to him. So I don't know if that's what that is. Because sometimes video and audio will have delays like that. But it is kind of funny to think that he had to think for a moment if he was gay or not.
I will say that women are very difficult to be around.
Okay.
So
I love how he's like, Pierce is like, are you gay? And Nick Fuentes is like, no, I'm not gay, but I will say women are hard to be around. And it's just like, why do you have to add that as a caveat to the addition of saying you're not gay? You really, if you're not gay, don't say, yes, I'm not gay, but just say I'm not gay. I think about women all the time. I want to have relationships with women and sex with women. You don't need to say women are hard to be around. That doesn't help your cause, Mr. Cum Hunter.
there's that.
And do you think they should have the right to vote?
I do not. No, absolutely not.
They should stay at home?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Pierce is just asking these questions to get all of the. He wants all the sound bites, get them all out of the way. He's just getting all these big ones out of the way. It's amazing.
See, basically, you're just a misogynist old dinosaur, aren't you? For a young guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I'm the boomer. I know I'm the boomer here, but actually, you're a 27-year-old dinosaur, aren't you?
Gosh, the fact that he's 27. I remember when he was like early 20s a couple of years ago. Holy shit. Just wait till he turns 30, chat.
Aren't you, Nick Fuentes? All women.
I am.
All women are annoying. All women grow old. They all get fat. Says the guy. Have you ever had sex?
No, absolutely not.
Wow. Says the guy who's never got laid.
Oh, why would? Oh my gosh. You know, again. I just don't know, like, right now, he thinks he's a big man going around talking to all of these people. Piers Morgan brought him on just to laugh at him. And you know what? I'm glad that he did. Can we get a hand clap for Piers Morgan laughing at this man? I absolutely loved that. That is beautiful. Oh, he's had sex, just not with women? Very true. I do believe that. I do believe that. I do believe that he is a gay Mexican. He's the gay Mexican white leader of the white, or gay Mexican leader of the white race. I always get those two mixed up. Oh my gosh, that is amazing. Screw Piers Morgan. I mean, I don't like Piers Morgan that much either, but it was just really funny to see him do that. But I thought that was funny. Again, a lot of people are asking the question, why is he being brought around? And I think it's just because a lot of people are disenfranchised. Oh, hold on. Thank you for the 5.
Ironically did the "Why are you gay?" meme. God bless that man.
Yes, they did. Give me one moment to reset the goal. Thank you for meeting the goal. As a reward for that, you get to help the Yippies with a new goal. There we go. Oh, excuse me. It was just, it's just like, I don't like Nick Fuentes that much because I think that a lot of him is fake. And I also think a lot of what he says is specifically to get attention and all that kind of shit. But I understand why people are giving him attention right now. And that's because you have people like Ben Shapiro who think that you should work until you die. And a lot of the people around him think the exact same thing. And you have a lot of people on the right and the left that are having these opinions that are driving people away from both political spectrums into the unknown. And unfortunately, this cum hunter is the unknown for some people. And that's kind of what makes me more pissed off at people on the right like Ben Shapiro. Because it's just like, my man, you'd probably get way more attention if you could just answer the Israel question and stopped acting like a bitch for some people and stopped like acting like people had to work until they died. And I just like, there is no way that you're going to win by making this guy more interesting, if that makes sense. So I hate, all right? I hate that Nick Fuentes is in the limelight right now, but he is only in the limelight because people on the right and the left make him interesting. No, we have not gotten to the streamer stuff yet. How does anal sex save the West? That's a good question. I don't know. You'd have to ask Nick Fuentes that. I don't think I'd be able to answer that. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think I could answer that. Anyway, we have a couple more little things here, and then we'll take a small break. so I can use the restroom. But we have a couple more things to go through here. Ben already answered the Israel question. He said his loyalty was tied to the U.S. supporting our... Yeah, that's true. Anyway. So, you might wonder why I'm reading a post from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, otherwise known as the Mormon Church. And it is not because I used to be a Mormon. No. It will make sense here. But I'm going to read this post here. We're going to talk about it. Some people might know what this is about. The post says, 14 men have been called to serve on the Young Men's General Advisory Council for the church. They will assist Young Men's General Presidency as they counsel with other general and loud church leaders to teach, serve, and watch over the young men of the church. The members of the council began serving on December 1st. So, most of these people, you will not know who any of them are. None of them, all right? But you might know one. You might know one of them, okay? You might know one of them. It's this guy right here. Does anybody know who this guy is? You might. This guy's gone viral on YouTube quite a few times. All right? All right? For those that don't know, this guy, okay? This guy runs a YouTube channel, okay, where he goes backpacking and camping, okay? The outdoors guy. Yeah, here, let me see if I can get his channel pulled out here. Outdoor Boys. Here it is. All right. So this is Outdoor Boys. Okay. This guy camps a lot. Okay. This guy loves to camp. Recently he took like a break, a hiatus. He came back, but he's not back permanently. But like his whole thing is camping in the wild. A lot of the videos of his that I have seen that are really famous that get lots and lots of views. Now, to be fair, look at all of his videos. 20 million views, 28 million, 36 million, 15, 8, 20. This man gets hella views. And all he does is video cam himself go camping in the middle of the wild. Okay? He took a break, he came back, and now I guess... Oh, wrong one. Now I guess he's going to be serving on the Young Men's Advisory Board for the Mormon Church. I didn't know he was Mormon. I'm going to be real with you. I knew he was a very family-oriented man. Like, heavy family-oriented man. Okay? I didn't know he was Mormon. It kind of makes sense because he really loves his family. And even though I'm not Mormon anymore, one thing I will say is... One thing that you notice if you live around Mormons is they really love each other. Or at least... outwardly love each other. I hope his family all loves each other, all right? But one thing that you will know is Mormon families really like to show off that they love each other. I will say, as a missionary or a former missionary, when you are a man of God called to serve, some of these families tell you weird shit, okay? Weird shit. Maybe there's a stream that I should do where I talk about my time as a missionary. I don't know. Maybe. I remember. It's just a little thing here. I remember one time I was a missionary. I was with one of the husbands, and he talked about how much he hated his wife and how he couldn't wait for all the kids to grow up and move away so that he could divorce her because he hated her so much. And I just remember myself sitting in the back of his car, because, you know, missionaries going and doing, serving, maybe getting dinner with some of the members. I was sitting in the back of this guy's car, and I was just like, why are you telling me this? Oh my God, she's got... Why do I need to know how much you hate your wife? I am a missionary called to serve. I don't need to be your therapist here.
99 cents. That man is a real outdoorsman. Salt to him even if he thinks I can't get into heaven, lol.
Well, I don't think... see, the Mormons don't think that. Mormons think that either you get to the toppest part of heaven or you get to be taught at the lowest part of heaven. We don't need to talk about that today. I do want to do a stream where I talk with Celestium about Mormonism, though. That would be fun. I think that would be fun. But yeah, thank you for the 5. But yeah, I don't know what it is, but when you're a missionary, people tell you shit. It's really weird. It's really weird. But to go back to this, all right? I didn't know this guy was Mormon. The fact that he is Mormon is kind of crazy to me, But I guess now he's serving on a young men's advisory board that helps young men growing up in the church. Hey, that's really cool. That's really, really, really cool. Okay. I think that's neat. And I'm glad that, that's what he's doing, basically. When do I get my own planet? If you are good enough, you can have your own planet. So, that was kind of cool. A little bit of, I would say, some blessed or blurst news, I would say. Because, again, I love this man's camping videos. Like, one of my favorite things was to just binge watch him build these, like, ice caves that he lived in for the night and have him teach people and all that kind of stuff. And I really liked that. When he stopped, I was really sad because like, as somebody who does have dreams of owning an off-the-grid house, maybe just like, living in the woods with a couple of acres, and I have a house, I have electricity, I have water, and I can like build my dream like server rack setup. With that as a dream of mine, I would watch his videos and live out that dream. And so, seeing that that's what he, again, even though I'm not Mormon and I don't believe in Mormonism faith anymore, I think it's really nice that he's wanting to do this to help out other young men grow up. And at the very least, I hope he's helping them grow up right, and maybe he'll take them camping. So that's cool of him. I think that's pretty neat. Now, chat, we're going to get into something that kind of pissed me off just a little bit here. All right. We're going to get into something that pisses me off just a little bit. Okay. For those who don't know, Short Fat Otaku, do I like him? No, I do not. I think Short Fat Otaku is a bit of a retard. Maybe just a little bit more than a bit. But Ace, who is... Oh, thank you for the raid. Atari, welcome, welcome. I'm getting raided by Doros right now. I changed the raid thing, chat. I hope you like that. Ace is somebody that A-logs dev to, in my opinion, maybe a little bit of an extreme. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I see how much the Ace talks about dev, and while I think that you should criticize dev whenever dev does dev things, sometimes I think Ace goes a little bit too far. And I do think that while, criticism is welcome, I might understand why dev doesn't want to talk to this guy. Might. But yeah, so Ace put out a thing saying that Dev was going to debate him. And I was like, well, that's kind of strange. I thought that Dev and Ace were mortal enemies and that Dev did everything he could to avoid talking to Ace. So to see that he was going to do that, I was like, oh, maybe we'll get an actual cool debate. That would be neat. I'm fine with that, I'd be like, fantastic. Maybe Dev we get a real Dev debate. I'd be fine with that. Because I definitely wouldn't do it. Fuck no. And what I learned, because I said to him, not sure how you scored this, because in my brain I was like, there is no fucking way that Dev would agree to this. No fucking way. Turns out, technically, I'm right. Ace responds by saying, that's the neat part. Dev claims to be open to debate and claimed to be upset at his critics for not showing up on Wick TV's channel. I figured he wouldn't mind me just creating the stream in advance for the debate he will totally show up to. And I was like, oh. Dev didn't agree to this debate. Dev did not agree to this debate. He, and by he I mean Ace, created this and called out Dev, basically saying, show up or you're a pussy. Now, again, I'm down for a debate, all right? I think these two need to go into a corner and have gay sex because of how much Ace A-logs him. But I'm going to be real. I was a little bit upset because I actually wanted a debate. I actually wanted to see these two talk about things, okay? I was a little upset. Just a little bit. I felt like I was scammed, all right? I felt like I was duped. I feel like instead of just saying Dev is going to debate me, you should say, here is an open invitation for a debate. Okay? Dev, I am calling you out for a debate. Come debate me on this day or you're a pussy. I feel like that's what he should have said. Instead of just saying that there is going to be a debate, you should instead say, Dev, I call you out for a debate. And if you don't show up, you're a pussy. That's not what he did. So I felt like I was lied to, sadly. And, you know, even though I don't like Dev in the least bit, again, think that Dev is dumb. I feel like this only serves to piss off people that would be on your side, which I kind of am on Ace's side sometimes. All right, I do agree with what he says about Dev. Why that's not reading out, I have no idea. If it doesn't read it out, I'll read it out later. I know that Dev has said that he is up for debates and that he's willing to do debates. Because I have seen where Dev is just like, he'll show up to debates and all that kind of shit. But it's just like, my problem with this is, if you don't actually make an environment where both sides agree, you are letting it like, you are giving an easy out or a retard to just say that he never agreed to it, so he doesn't have to show up to it. Even though Dev said that he would talk to his haters, even though Dev would say he's open for debate, you cannot give him any quarter for any kind of win here. Okay? You can't do that. So, my problem with this is just that I think that Dev would get steamrolled in a debate. Not by me, all right? I'm not a debater, and I personally am not interested in talking to him. Maybe by Ace. Probably. But you can't give him the ability to come out and do this. This doesn't look good. Not only does it not look good, but you'll piss off your fans that actually want a debate. Like, again, I am kind of just pissed off that, like, yeah, you got 5 minutes to debate me or I win. Yeah, I don't like that. All right. Because, again, you give the quarter for a retard. All right. One that I think is easily beatable. Hell, Mizu has beaten him in a debate twice, I'm pretty sure. But you can't do this. Like, even if like, you know, Dev is a retard and he said he would debate people and he's not afraid and he won't back down, this just isn't the right way to do it. You know? Just my personal opinion. So, I mean, like, the other thing is just like, he's like, the only one getting trolled is Dev, and that is if he doesn't bother to show up. And it's just like, this doesn't, again, this doesn't feel like the win that I feel like Ace wants it to be. That's all. That's all, you know? So, that's my personal opinion. Again, I would be interested and personally would enjoy a debate between Ace and Dev, and hopefully it ends in both of them having very steamy gay sex together, because that's how gay they sound for each other. But not like this. Not like this.
Unfortunately, Dev has backed out before on Ace once before. He needs to be kept called out because he needs to be kept honest. But Dev's ego is too big.
If he has, like, backed out of a debate before, I think that, like, you just continue to say, oh, you've backed out on a debate before. But, again, there is an optical right way to do it. This isn't it, in my personal opinion. That's my... Because, again, like, far from it, all right? You all know what I think about Short Fat Otaku. I don't like Devin. Not in the least bit. Not in the least bit. But it's just like, don't piss me off so much that I have to defend somebody I don't like. If you make me do that, I hate you. Okay? That's all I'm saying. All right? That's all I'll really say about it, you know. So that's all I'll really say about it. Anyway. One minor thing here. The last thing we'll cover before I'm going to take a tiny break and use the restroom is Nyara. Nyara says a lot of stupid stuff, but this is the stupid thing that I wanted to point out this week. If there's something stupid next week, maybe I'll point it out next week. But this is the stupid thing that Nyara said this week. Nyara decided to say there is no quote-unquote left-wing grift. There is no left-wing grift equivalent to being racist and raising $200,000, saying God in a shitty essay and getting state recognition, pretending to be a detransitioner to sell anti-trans books, or exploiting the ignorance of uneducated people. Now, chat. I'm going to let you guys throw in the comments some of the answers that you know would counter this. Okay. Because this is wrong, obviously. You know, we'll look at the proposed community notes. I'm going to take what my apologies. Conman Lee here says. Conman Lee here. Great response here. All right. BLM, greatest left, one of the greatest left-wing grifts. All right. In my personal opinion, for the left within the last decade, all right? One of the greatest, raised millions of dollars, bought houses, and now they're on the hook for all of the money that they stole from black communities. And that was a left-wing grift, all right? They literally grifted off of either white guilt or black people giving money to these organizations thinking that they were going to help other black people. And guess what happened? They didn't help black people. Maybe some black people got helped. I have no idea. But they spent millions of dollars on houses and security for themselves. And by they, I mean the people that owned the BLM movement. So, Nyara, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're retarded and wrong. Because, yes, there are grifts on the left and the right. You just refuse to acknowledge them. I'm curious what the community notes are. That's funny. I didn't actually expect. Okay, I haven't looked at these before, so I didn't know what there was in there. This account is posting from Europe, not an American. This provides important context when considering whether to engage with American-specific posts. That's funny. Oh, that's funny. That's kind of funny. But yeah, it's just like, you're wrong. You're wrong, Nyara. There are left and left and right-wing grifts that exist on both ends of the political spectrum. They both suck when they do it. So, you know, you're just wrong, Nyara. You're wrong. Anyway, that was just a little short one that I wanted to include in there. Thank you for the 5.
Mogami328 discovered mom has milkers and gave $5. BLM, one of the biggest black-on-black crime to ever be operated.
Accurate, yes. Let me read this other one, and then I'm going to use the restroom real quickly. Then when I come back, we're going to talk about the streamer awards. And chat, I'm going to get fucking pissed off when we talk about the streamer awards. Okay. Fucking pissed. Thank you for the 5.
More hats. I am thoroughly convinced that Nyara's entire existence online boils down to rage bait and convincing themselves that they're trans.
I would probably agree with you on that. So let me read this by Internet Zen here, and then by Grugar. Internet Zen for 5 says, dick move in regards to Ace, but at this point, Dev needs this level of call out. The Leaf has gotten that unhinged this year. Yeah, I don't really follow that much of what Dev says, because I'm going to be honest with you, I can't spend time, like, paying attention to Dev. He is, not only is Dev boring, but he's just not worth my time. And yeah, he definitely should be called out for a lot of what he says, but if you give him an optical win, I still hate you. Or I will dislike you. And I'm not really happy with Ace that he gave even a tiny optical win to Dev. I wasn't really happy about that. Just gonna be real with you. So you have to do it right or don't do it at all, basically, is what I'm trying to say. So really quickly, there was one more by Grugar for 2 to Elder Akko and the Magic Undies. Yes, I was called Elder. I was called Elder when I was a missionary, yes. It's actually a title of, like, authority. Again, I'm not going to explain all of that right now because that's an entire stream in itself. But yes, I was ElderAcco. I was. Okay, I'm going to open up that. All right. I need 3 to 5 minutes, chat. Need to use the restroom here. So let me use the restroom. And then when I get back, we will talk about the worst streamer awards. Because they get worse every year. All right. We're going to talk about streamer awards, the worst event of the year, probably next to the gamer awards. So, give me one moment. While I am gone, I'm going to try and we're going to play some music. I'll be right back.
Pasta and yogurt, it tastes like heaven. And we eating pasta and it.
Alright, let's start it there.
Yeah. We've been to Korea's before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Plain hero, Roroni, Kenshin. We kicked it aside of your door. Use the one who will get to 7. Where was that? Bravado, you had a hot minute ago. Hey, we got ups, but I wouldn't say we beef. How the saying go, it's a two-way street. Get me on the pipe, and you know they had a tweak. I'm just trying to lay my name, you get what I'm speaking. We entertain the masses, and anywhere the weekend. There's some asshole think that you can press the lead and put the whole squad down, get out within the weekend. But we stars, boys, so continue, go and see. We've been to Korea's before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Play hero, Roroni, Kenshin. We kicked it aside of your door. Use the one who will get to 7. Where was that? Bravado, you had a hot minute ago. Talk big game till you load it 8-1. Got your nails on this track's another freight ton. Not a single dub, so you gotta make one. G, get domino, trying to cook some great stuff. You can keep talking, this be the season for hunting. We down and doing our treasures while casually pressing your buttons. You keep pretending it's nothing, but we can tell you we frontin'. Try threatening us with a poker, but your face looking all flushed. And we calling out all your bluffs, and we telling you what is left. And we saying enough's enough, but you trying to keep acting tough. If you really think that you run, let me tell you, you ain't the one. Cause the song will be nothing speakers, and the whole team finna pump it, y'all. We've been to Korea's before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Played hero, Roroni, Kenshin. We kicked it aside of your door. Use the one who will get to 7. Where was that? Bravado, you had a hot minute ago. We eating pasta and yogurt. It tastes like heaven. We eating pasta and it good. Yeah. Who is the king? Who is the king?
Who is the king? Cruising around with nowhere to go, watching the physical world implode. Take all comers, but ain't no show. So what next but the sound barrier? So run your car, not your mouth, 'cause out here there's no room for cowards. Flash of life is all you see, just another day when you're drifting. You lost your crown, lost your place, picked back up, left in disgrace. Flash of life is all you see, just another day when you're drifting. So run your car and not your mouth. Out here there's no room for doubts. Lost your crown and lost your place. Picked back up, left in disgrace. Run your car and not your mouth. Out here there's no room for doubts. Lost your crown and lost your place. Picked back up, left in disgrace.
It's so chill, Deep Stone Lullaby. But I'm going to get really pissed off today. I hope you're excited about that. We've gone through the miscellaneous news. If you are just joining us, we're 2 hours into this stream. We've gone through the miscellaneous segment. Now let's talk about streamer awards. We've finally gotten to the part of the stream that I am definitely going to be most interested in. Okay? I'm very, very, very interested in this bit here. Okay? We are going to talk about Burnt Peanut today. However, it's probably in an hour or two. And I probably have some interesting opinions on that. Probably some people may agree with me, may disagree with me. I think I'll have the nuanced take, potentially. Or I'll have the take that I feel like makes the most sense for me. But we'll obviously have to get there. But Streamer Awards happened today. Or excuse me, not today. It happened a couple days ago. And guess what? Nobody cared. For the most part. For the most part. Cheap TLDR, chat. The Streamer Awards is an event ran every single year for, I believe, the past 5 or so years by QT Cinderella, the girlfriend / whatever the fuck she considers herself of Ludwig. And I am just going to start off by saying I hate QT Cinderella, okay? Again, this is my circle here, all right? All right, we have our own circle, and we are allowed to hate whoever we want in this circle. We're not going to carry that hate outside the circle, but I hate QT.
Is just having fun streaming a true getaway for a couple of hours.
Thank you for the 5. I appreciate it. But I hate QT Cinderella, all right? Here, I'm going to bring up a picture of this woman. I hate this woman, okay? I hate her. I hate her a lot. I'm going to turn down the Deep Stone music. Probably a little loud. There we go. Tell me if that's too loud or not, chat. Okay? I hate QT Cinderella quite a lot. Okay? There's a lot of reasons I hate QT Cinderella. Okay? Reason number 1, I do not believe this woman has had to work for a lot in her life. I don't know if she has worked very many jobs or jobs at all. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Somebody would have to show me a clip of where she talks about the jobs she has worked, but I do not like this woman. All right? At all. She is You know, when they talk about white privilege, I don't believe in white privilege. I believe that that is just something that people use to try and get guilt out of you. All right. I personally, you know, I personally just like. Thank you for the 5, Cameron.
Cameron 305 discovered mom has milkers and gave $5. He'll throw money at UBC. I want to join this segment.
I am not letting people in right now. I'm sorry. This is really just my hour of hatred. I appreciate. If you want to talk to me on stream about something, you can message me and we could do it some other day. But today I am like carrying this alone because I already have my thoughts put out there, and it's really just kind of like that. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna do it alone today. Okay, sorry. Anyway, where was I? Right. So, I don't like this woman because I do not believe that she is a real human being, all right? Like I mentioned, there is the quote-unquote idea of white privilege, all right? Where, you know, you see rich people of any creed coming out and saying that you suck because you're white and you obviously have more privilege than other people, okay? I'm going to tell you right now, as somebody who the only help that he really gets from his parents is it's cheaper for them to have me on their phone plan, so I'm on their phone plan. And outside of that, thank you for the 5.
At Cameron 305 discovered mom has milkers and gave $5. Content cop, MommaOcco is next, just so you understand what you've done.
You know, some people would definitely like that. I don't know. I don't know. Again, if you want to have a stream where you come on with me one day, we can do that. I'd be fine to have a stream where you come on and you talk about your hatred for rich white elites that live in LA. Just not today. Sorry. Anyway, to really just kind of hammer this home here, I don't like this woman because when I think of white privilege, I think of people like her. I think of people like Ludwig. I think of people like Hassan Piker, even though Hassan Piker is Turkish. Granted, he did just come out and say he's a white supremacist, and I'll take him out on his word on that. But I think of people like that, all right? Because they do not know what it is like to actually be a human being. They grow up thinking that they know what it's like, but they do not know what it's like. None of these people know what it's like to hold a real job. None of these people know what it's like to actually be a normal human being. And when they try to, it's kind of like when you see an alien that is pretending to be a human being, okay? When you have an alien that thinks that it can blend in with society, or just like a hello fellow kids kind of deal, all right? And you look at them and you get this visceral hatred towards them, because it's just like, I'm listening to you talking and all I hear is alien, and it makes me upset. It makes me, all right, want to burn down all of your trees in your Minecraft server and I basically bully you, basically. That is how I feel towards some of these people, okay? Okay? As somebody who, in my personal opinion, has worked quite hard for a lot of what I've done, I get pissed off when I see how some of these people try and relate and try and say that they are normal people, okay? So, and I'm saying all of this as a preamble for why I think the Streamer Awards as a whole. The Streamer Awards is kind of like Hollywood. It is basically a mini Hollywood, okay? Where all of these people that are very big elites, okay? They're very big elites. They come together and they give themselves ass pats. They suck each other off and they make jokes at each other's expense. And they try to put on this show. And the thing that you have to understand is this show is not for you. Okay, this show is not for you to say who your favorite content creator is, to tell the world how happy you are with all the accomplishments of these streamers. And I say accomplishments in quotes because I'm going to be completely honest with you. Yes, I do believe that I have accomplished a lot as a streamer, but in the grand scheme of things, being a content creator pales in comparison to some of the things that you can do in real life, all right? I'm saying this all because these people want to make it feel like when once a year, when this woman cries, bitches, and moans saying that she doesn't get to put enough work into it or people hate her, and then when she gets on the stage to do all this stuff, this whole thing is created for the express purpose of sucking each other off and networking. That's it, okay? And that's why I hate them. personally. That's why I hate them. And if I ever get close to being on the same level as some of these people, I'm glad I have friends that can help me maintain my level of normal, I guess you could say. But I want to kind of get that all out of the way because you need to know how upset I am with some of these people. So we're going to start the segment for the Streamer Awards, okay? Talking about how QT Cinderella... I believe I have the article open on the... Yeah, I do have the article open on the next page here, okay? But QT Cinderella, in a recent article, I believe this was before the Streamer Awards started. Yeah, I believe this was like the day or two before the Streamer Awards started, where an article by Dexterdo comes out and says, QT Cinderella says she would have been a quote-unquote happier person if she never became a streamer. Oh, excuse me. This was via the BBC. So we're going to go through this article. Again, strap in, chat. Strap in. All right? Because just the Streaming Awards segment is going to be a while here. I hope you're excited for this. I really did try and pull together a lot for this. But this woman is saying that she would be way happier if she wasn't a streamer. Now, bear in mind, this woman, full-time streamer, all right? Full-time streamer. Also lives with her boyfriend, Jellywig, who is also a full-time streamer. Again, as far as I know, none of these people work a real 9-to-5 or a real 40, 50-hour job. Streaming is their life, all right? Streaming is their life, okay? Where they get on the internet on a daily or almost daily basis, and their job is to dance for you as a monkey so that they can get paid and live in their mansions in LA or wherever the fuck these people live. I really don't care. They're all LA. They're all people that live in LA, in my personal opinion. And let me tell you right now, okay? Let me tell you right now. If I could do that, I definitely would, all right? If I could quit my job and go full-time into... I have considered it. With where I live now and how cheap my rent is and how low my expenses are, I could probably do it. I'm not going to because, you know, it's such a volatile field. But if I was as rich as these people were and I was as high on the totem pole as I was, I definitely would consider just going full-time into YouTube, spending all my time researching for videos. I would do that because, let me tell you, sometimes normal jobs really pull you down and it really sucks. And even though there's a lot of moments where it's like, man, it's really nice that like people appreciate me and love what I do. Sometimes and again, this is why I get so viscerally pissed off at people like this. When it reminds me when Hassan came out and said that streaming is more draining than a real job. Like that's the kind of mentality these people have. Okay. All right. Like pisses me off to hear somebody like QT Cinderella say that she should have never started streaming. And it's just like, you can quit at any time. Thank you for becoming a member on Kick. Thank you. I very much appreciate that. Okay? These people can quit at any time. They're not, because guess what? If they quit, you know what they would have to do? You know what they would have to do? Get a real job. I gifted it. Oh, hold on. Let me see if it shows. Yeah, thank you for gifting the sub. I appreciate that, Cameron. Where is it? Yep, Cameron, thank you for gifting that membership. I appreciate it. Anyway. So all these people, and again, she is not the only one, I think, that goes for this. I think the only reason why she is this vocal and this loud and this whiny is because that's her personality. And because it's the Streamer Awards, it's her thing, all right? Streamer Awards are her thing and AT&T's thing. But, like, the only reason why we hear her being this loud is because, excuse me, because it's her thing and it's her turn to be in the limelight for a couple of hours, okay? But all of these big streamers can come out and act like this. And here's the thing. They're trying to do the I'm just like you, guys. I'm just like you. I missed a redeem from you. Hold on. It doesn't show that. Oh, I did. Simez redeemed a Whoa Buddy on Kick. Thank you for the thank you for the Whoa Buddy. Very much appreciated. I might need to push out the activity feed thing here. Boop. so I don't miss that. Another thing I'll have to hold out here. I wonder if I'll be able to do that on my Xeneon board. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway. Point I'm trying to make is all of these big streamers, all right, when they say something like this, okay, their goal is sympathy, all right? Because these people have hard jobs, don't you know? Hard jobs, okay? And they need your sympathy. They need the ass pats, all right? They make millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands. They make enough money to survive and don't have to worry. But sometimes, guys, they need that extra love. They need that extra love so that they can feel special, okay? I am for it, you know. I am for it. Okay? Wish I had a hard job like them. Now, I will say, streaming in its own right is a different hard job, all right? It is a different kind of hard job. Don't get it twisted. Streaming is still, in my personal opinion, a lot easier than a lot of other jobs you'll see in the real world, okay? A lot easier, okay? Still hard in its own right, okay? Especially if you don't know what you're doing or you're Bow the Whale and you get scammed on a yearly basis and then you have to come out and say that you were scammed. Besides the point, it is an easier job. Listen, I'd say it's way easier for you to be a streamer than it is to be a package delivery man, which I've done, or to be security, which I've also done, or to be a welder, which I know Lumi is a welder, or whatever. I will say right now, there are a lot of jobs that exist that are way harder than streaming could ever try to be. And the only thing you have to like worry about is not pissing off your audience, basically. Okay? So, just keep that in mind. This woman constantly begging for validation, constantly crying if something doesn't go her way, or crying if she doesn't understand. Now, chat. Do you want to know another reason why I hate her? Why I hate QT Cinderella? Okay? She's also, in my opinion, really dumb. Okay? And this is probably a product of how much of a failure her parents probably were. Okay? But this woman is dumb. Okay? This was posted a couple of months ago on the Asmon Gold subreddit. I think it's older than that. But, and I've said this before, but I didn't pull up and show the clip till now. But this really pisses me off, chat. Press 1 if you know how to get health insurance or just insurance in general. All right? Press 1 if you know how to get insurance. Press 1 if you know how to get insurance. Okay? I want to see. I want to see if you guys know how to get health insurance or just insurance in general. I'm curious. All right? You press 2 or whatever if you don't know how to get insurance. But I'm curious to see if people know how to get insurance. I'm seeing a lot of ones here. Maybe 1 or 2 twos. Okay? Let me tell you how you get insurance. You Google the company you want. You don't go for the first example because those are either scams or they're advertisements. You scroll down. You look for one. You call them up. Say you want insurance. You have to give them your information. And then you don't go with that insurance broker because you could probably get a deal. And then you call 2 or 3 other places and see which one offers the best insurance. That's how you get health insurance, chat. That's how you just get insurance in general, okay? That's how that's how I ended up with my current vehicle provider. QT Cinderella doesn't know how to get insurance. I don't know how old this woman is. She's over the age of 20, all right? She's over the age of 20.
Oh my god, she's got milk.
She doesn't know how to get
At
insurance.
Mercenarix21 discovered Mom
Thank you for the
has
5.
numbers and gave $5. I press 3. I know how to get insurance. I just don't want it because I can't afford it. I won't touch health insurance ever again.
See, when it comes to health insurance, I just go through my company because my company, when you work, most companies will give you insurance. That's another funny thing. Excuse me. You know, if you're a streamer like me, and your company, and you don't like have another company, you have to get your own. But most of the time, if you work for a company, they just give you insurance, subsidized by you working for them.
I like to see these people work in a factory with hot plastic.
Car insurance, I know, but health insurance, I'm clueless. Health insurance is pretty similar. Like, I would Google it and show you, but then I think it would show you my location. But again, let's just say you need health insurance. Google health insurance, and you're going to get a bunch of agencies. And guess what? It is your job to call them and ask them about health insurance. She's 31. Okay, this woman is in her 30s. Maybe she was 29, 30 when this took place. She doesn't know how to get health insurance. She can't get health insurance because it costs money. No. She's got money. But I'm just trying to explain to you how easy it is to get health insurance, or just insurance in general. You do the research, you compare rates, and then you get it. Or if you live in an area where there's only 1 or 2 providers, you have to get fucked over by the monopoly that is those providers. But again, not that hard to do. You just got to call them up, say, I'd like insurance, this is where I live, this is what I am. It's not hard to do, you know? It's not rocket science, all right? It's not like you have to sacrifice a child in order to get health or vehicle insurance. It's not easy if you don't got money. We're not going to talk about the money aspect in this, all right? Like, the money, fair enough, but like right now we're not talking about if you have the money for it. We're just talking about if you know how to get it, okay? Because knowing how to get it and knowing how to use it, completely different than just... They're both completely different, okay?
At Tawa send $5 for more hats. Fun fact, if your employer offers health insurance, it's tax deductible to them, and if you buy it directly yourself, it's not deductible for you.
That's crazy. I didn't know that. I mean, if I buy health insurance for myself, for my company, I wonder if it is tax deductible. Thank you, Cameron, for the 5 gifted memberships. Is it going to make a noise? Oh, that's funny. You gifted it and you got one yourself. There it goes. There it goes. I am going to mute that so it doesn't, like, make noise. I will unmute it once it goes through all of them. Thank you. I appreciate the 5 gifted memberships. If you got a membership, make sure you say thank you to Cameron. Anyway, let's listen to this clip here, chat, and find out just how crazy this woman is.
Health insurance? No. Why?
Oh, and by the way, look, these two are having a podcast, all right? They are having a podcast. They are sitting there. They are drinking together. And while these two are sitting and having wine, look at how big this woman's fucking wine glass is, all right? While she's sitting there in her low-cut dress, she's like, you don't have health insurance? You don't have health insurance? This is just like the worst setting to talk about things that you should know how to do, all right? This is like peak rich bitch mentality. You don't have insurance? How do you not have insurance? And then she's just sitting, I don't even know what she's drinking, but like, look at how like, fucking like, again, this is just what, all of these factors stack up on top of each other, make me pissed off, all right? So fucking, again, small crash out, I know, but this just pisses me off.
Your parents? Yes. Oh, congratulations.
So, okay. Oh, hold on. Thank you for feeding the landlords.
The landlords have been tipped $10 by @Cauldroneer2722 Hassan Disrespecter. Co MB Angerous now.
I am very angerous, yes. So here, we're gonna back this up a little bit. So she asks why you don't have insurance, and then QT is like, well, aren't you on your parents' insurance? Something, by the way, that I think you can only be on until you're 25. I think once you turn 26, you have to get your own form of insurance. Because like when I had health insurance, I had it through my dad, and like, thank you for the 10.
The landlords have been tipped $10 by @Cameron305 a Hassan disrespecter. Am I allowed to be on now? I'll be quiet but check DMs for the reason LMFAO.
Not again, not right now. I already saw what you sent, and not right now. I just want to go through this at the pace that I have put together. Again, if you want to come on and talk about it another time, we can. But I just want to I just want to go through this this segment here. Okay, we can talk about it later, but I just want to go through this segment today. Appreciate it though. Okay, I'm sorry. I just want to I have this slotted out, and I do need to I only have 3 or 4 hours before I have to jump over to other stuff. But anyway, again, sorry. So going back to this, the other girl is like, yeah, I'm on my parents' insurance, but my bet is once she turns 26, she's going to have to get her own health insurance, because I'm pretty sure health insurance doesn't extend for your kids once they turn 26. And guess what? I highly doubt QT Cinderella knows that, by the way. So she's all like, oh, you're on your parents' insurance? Congratulations.
Congratulations. What are you going to do? I'm get my own. How?
And, oh gosh. Oh, did you hear that? We need to replay. I need to replay that. I need to replay that.
Own. How?
Look at her face. Look at her fucking face. Look at how fucking bewildered this woman is. All right, again, it takes very little deduction for a normal human being to say to yourself, I want insurance. All right, maybe I should Google how to find insurance. Google can help you. Why is it that this woman in her 30s, all right, she is over 30 now, how does she not know how to Google where's health insurance? The other woman is Ms. Kiz's ex? Yes. How does she not know this? Look at how she is lights out, brain empty. I have no idea what you're talking about. You must be speaking Spanish to me. Again, peak rich bitch behavior. Again, it is so hilarious. Just again, seeing the woman with the glass of wine here. She's like, how do I get this mythical health insurance that you speak of? It's just
With my
and look at how bewildered she is. Again, I don't know very much about Maya. Again, she's Ms. Kiv's ex, so my bet is that she is a semi-successful streamer. But it is just so hilarious. Again, both of these women are probably similar, or maybe even QT is higher than this woman. But at the very least, Maya knows enough to be like, huh? How do you not know how this works? Did you not learn when you were a kid? Again, this is not stuff they teach in school. No, schools don't teach you taxes. Schools don't teach you how to get insurance. Schools don't teach you how to be a normal human being. But at the very least, Maya knows where to get it. It's not like it's a backroom thing that you have to go for.
money. How? What?
Again, she's like, oh, I'm going to use my money. And QT's like, how?
What do you mean?
How? Who do you call?
To get health insurance?
Yeah.
Someone who provides health insurance? What is this question? What do you mean? Are you saying because you don't know how?
I don't know.
And look at her. She's losing her mind. She's like, what do you mean? Why are you making me sound like such an idiot?
Wow.
Why don't you ask Let's parents? Or your dad?
I come from a very Republican family.
Oh, okay. See, again, this is just a separate reason to be pissed off. But Maya's like, why don't you ask Ludwig's family? Or why don't you ask your family? And she's like, can't ask my family. My family's too conservative for me, so I can't ask them. This just okay, so your excuse is you are a retard because your family is too conservative for you. Okay. It's a horrible excuse, I'm going to tell you.
And
you go to the doctor so I can't believe you don't have health insurance.
And then, so Maya then says, oh, hang on a moment. You go to the doctor like every fucking day, woman. How do you not have health insurance?
This sounds like a lecture that I didn't expect.
And look at how pissed off she's getting. Look at how pissed off QT is like. She's like, I did not need this lecture right now, woman. All right? It's just like, I'm not lecturing you. But how the fuck do you survive? Like again, this is the woman that says she wishes she never started streaming. I'm going to tell you right now, if this woman wasn't a streamer, I think she would be dead. And I'm not saying that to like I'm not wishing harm on her or anything, all right? I legitimately think if this woman wasn't a streamer, she would be so unable to take care of herself, she would be dead. She wouldn't know how to take care of herself. It makes me wonder if somebody does just take care of her. You know, I saw this meme the other day of like some sort of, I don't know if they were like China. Yeah, I think they were China. There's like a Chinese national or something that like is so rich that people literally put food in his mouth for him. Like, does this woman like, does Ludwig feed her? Does she like, does he put a bib on her and feed her? Does like this woman sounds so inept to live a normal life. Imagine, all right? Imagine for a moment, all right? That we have the situation that happened to iDubbbz happens to Ludwig. Let's say that Ludwig loses it all. He's banned on Twitch because he pissed off Hassan too much, and he has to be a normal person. And she has to get a job in order to support. Let's say that happens. Do you think she would be able to do that? Or do you think that she would literally bawl her eyes out day one when she's at the cashier's desk at her local Target? I don't know why I thought Target. That's just the first thing that came to mind. She's a local cashier, or she's a cashier at your local Target, and she bawls her eyes out because she doesn't know how to press the button to open up the register. I literally think that if this woman had to be a normal human being, she would want to die. Okay? That's what she exudes right now.
I did not. You go so often.
I know, but I'm limited because I get really stressed because I don't have any resources and I get really confused. It's the same reason that I went to culinary school instead of normal college. No one prepped me. My family abandoned me.
Okay, so her excuse as to why she is a fucking failure that deserves to... She doesn't really... she is a fucking failure who has not put in the time. Her excuse is her family abandoned her. Mommy and daddy abandoned her. So that's an excuse to be a fucking moron whose only existence, it seems, is to cry on the internet when you don't get your way and host your own award show so that all your friends can look cool. You don't have resources. Exactly. It's like, I have no resources besides this money and this boxed wine. I wish you could see my hand. I'm like making such like hand movements right now. I need to like get like a hand tracker and then like make my model move hands so that you guys could see my hand movements. But it's just like, how entitled. Again, I don't believe in like entitlement or like the entitlement that the left talks about. But this isn't. I believe the closest thing you're gonna get is this. Okay, this is the closest you're gonna get to somebody who is like white and entitled. This is the white entitlement that I think that they're talking about. All right, I definitely don't have this white entitlement, man. You know, I again, like my parents, like besides giving me knowledge, they haven't helped me with like family or anything because I didn't want the help, and two, it's not their job to help me with monetary things. But man, it's just what kind of like I can't imagine being in this woman's head. I can't imagine being in the head of somebody that is so like, again, it's just like, where is your brain, woman? Where is it? Who took it from you? Who took? And again, the other thing that bothers me is instead of trying to be like, I just don't know, she's trying to blame other people for her failures. oh, I don't have resources because I was abandoned. My family doesn't love me. And so, of course I can be a fucking retard that doesn't know how to survive because my family didn't teach it to me. Excuse me. Like, it's, oh, I don't know. Perfect fucking victim, you know? Perfect fucking victim. I just don't have anything because my family abandoned me. It's their fault. It's my family's fault. It's my dad's fault that I don't have insurance, guys. My dad's fault.
The landlords have been tipped $10 by @mercenarix21 a Hassan disrespecter. Wait, Ace is the one who's the loser who's gonna dev? Well, shoot,
Wait,
this
what?
goes to show just how bad Dev's credibility is. Even when he gets a win, I still don't believe it.
Oh, I see what you're saying there. You'll have to go back on the previous segment, but yeah. Anyway, let's continue listening to this.
I didn't know. All of a sudden, everyone in junior year of high school is like, I got accepted into Harvard. I got accepted into MIT. And I'm like, wait, we were supposed to submit stuff? I had no clue. No one told me. Everyone forgot about me.
Oh, man. I can't imagine being that fucking, like, sad. That fucking pathetic. Like, now, to some extent, all right? If your family really didn't teach you anything and you were kind of left to your own, you know, I can believe that, you know? You know, if your family didn't choose to help you, but guess what? You can ask people, your family aren't the only people you can ask for help, okay? I was homeschooled, so I was kind of stuck to my family and the teacher, who was also the family. But this woman, sounds like, went to public school, where if her family didn't help her, there are resources. There are resource officers for that. There are people you can talk to. And if you need help for this kind of stuff, you should talk to them. And I don't believe that she didn't have the resources at school to say, hey, my family kind of abandoned me. Can I have help learning how to get some of this stuff going? Like, I like, legitimately, I don't believe that she didn't have those opportunities. I just think that she is either too dumb to recognize them, or she didn't ask. I'm willing to lead on the fact that it could be either or. I'm gonna be honest with you. But yeah, when I try not to hate a lot, because I do believe that the root emotion of hate, like, it does, like, hurt people. The people that you hate, and then yourself. And I try not to hate anybody. Okay? But when it comes to this woman, I hate her. I hate this woman. Legitimately, I do not like her at all. Because she is just somebody that I do not accept this woman for anything. I exude so much of it that, like, I have to, like, whenever this woman is mentioned, all right, whenever something having to do with this woman comes out, I physically have to prepare myself because I don't want to have a crash out. I hate her more than her boyfriend, who I hate a lot as well because he is dumb. Yeah, I don't like QT. So anyway, let's talk about Streamer Awards, which is her event, by the way. The Streamer Awards. Her little party that she gets to put on every single year, hosted by AT&T. And a couple of other different big sponsors, but AT&T is the big boy sponsor. So, Streamer Awards were very funny this year. Very trash-fiery, but very funny, all right? If you're here for the VTuber segment, that's still in the future. We're going to talk about the crash fire that is the awards as a whole. Thank you for the 5.
She legitimately might be rare. She should be able to drive, vote, or manage money.
Should or shouldn't? Should or shouldn't? You might have to qualify that there, but thank you. I appreciate that. I can be sympathetic for the teen that doesn't have resources. She's been an adult for over a decade and should have learned how to find resources. I agree. 100%. 100%. So, chat. Oh, hold on. Thank you for the 20. I appreciate that.
The landlords have been tipped $20 by @InternetSinMaster8952 a Hassan disrespecter. Calling bullshit. Back in my day, public schools gave you so many resources for college applications you were practically forced to apply or be seen as a weirdo. Cutie wouldn't want to be seen as a weirdo.
Yeah, I don't really know all of her. I believe you on that one. Thank you for the 20, by the way. I appreciate it. Cameron for 2 says, I'm going to say the N-E-N word. Well, don't say it in my chat. You can say it in your Discord server, although I don't recommend it. Also, Cameron earlier says QT be like, and was that chestnuts? Oh, you're giving. I'm not gonna pull up that clip, but that was that's kind of a weird story. Anyway, let's talk about the streamer awards as a whole. Number one, we would be remiss if we didn't talk about our favorite dog abuser, Hassan Piker. Now, if you're looking at the uniform that he is deciding to wear, all right, we'll talk about that. But before we talk about the uniform he decided to wear, let's see what the joke was at the Streamer Awards when it came to anything having to do with Hassan Piker.
Come on, bro. Come on. You know me. I'm a troll. Don't slam me. Don't pick me up. Don't throw me to the...
No, they were saying, what do you want to leave behind in 2025? I said, I don't want to say this in too close proximity to Ron, but nuisance streaming and clip baiting.
Like Jack Doherty, right? Not me, right?
I mean, you do it in a more like PG-13 kind of way.
In a friendly troll way, Hassan, bro. You know me, bro. We went to parties together. You know what I'm saying? We've been places.
You keep it up, I'm gonna put the collar on you.
Oh, ooh. He's leaning into it, chat. He's leaning into it. That's how you know a meme's gonna die, by the way. When he's leaning into it, that's when the meme's gonna die. But Hassan wasn't the only one to lean into it. Felt forced? Oh, it definitely was. It was not the only... He wasn't the only one to do it. Hilarious joke about being a bad pet owner? Yes. See, here's the thing. It's a funny joke when other people tell it, but when you tell the joke about being a bad pet owner, then it's just like... Oh, really? Are you for real right now? Give me one moment. Thank you for meeting the previous goal, chat. I'll give you one more for tonight. So here's another instance of making fun of Hassan and his dog, which again, as far as I know, hasn't been in the scene ever since the dog was shocked. So, by the way, this is QT Cinderella.
Stay seated as much as possible. Hassan, if you see Sea Dog get up, you can use your remote.
Oh. Oh my gosh. Wow, that is just... Again, a bunch of rich people, you know, by the way. Thank you for the tip. I appreciate that.
The landlords have been tipped $10 by @InternetSinMaster8952 a Hassan disrespecter. Hassan Piker aka Hassan Sedong aka Chairman Zapper aka Malshak Dog aka Mr.
That's some good ones
Dog.
there.
Also, they totally failed in their attempt to kill the meme because nobody watches Cutie's award show.
Well, yeah, what's funny is, the funny thing about her award show, which is why it's partially funny, isn't that people didn't watch it, it's that all the wrong clips came out that people can criticize, which is why we're talking about it tonight. Thank you again for the $10 tip. I appreciate that. So let's talk a little bit, by the way, about this outfit, chat. Do you think it's a dog whistle? I mean, like, okay. Do you think my hat is a dog whistle? It might be a little bit. I don't know. It's not. Kevin just made a really good hat. But Hassan decided to wear... You you know, a really very specific outfit here, you know?
It's a bad example because it's a lost cause.
Thank you for the 5.
Cameron 305 tipped $5 to the lost cause. What's very funny is I revived talk in Colorgate, which probably caused this lament.
If that is actually the case, that is kind of hilarious. Thank you for being a member for 5 months. I appreciate it. Yeah, so Hassan decided to wear this, and you know, some people were wondering, why does it look very similar to this guy? Why does it? You know, it's even got the little pockets here. Because, like, you know, if you wore, you know, just a nice gray jacket, you know, with you know, non-pointed pointed pockets like this, I don't think people would care, probably. But, you know, there's a couple reasons why this kind of like confused people. You know, he did just recently go to China. He's been sucking off China for quite a while now, which is funny. It's funny that he does that, considering that China is kind of racist towards Muslims and has put Muslims in camps. Again, kind of funny that the guy who, one of the biggest armchair one of the biggest guys to sit at his desk and complain about Gaza all day. Really funny that he is like a big fan of China now. And so the fact that, you know, he goes to China, he sucks off China, and now he's coming back and he's got this really interesting outfit on. Looks really similar to this guy. It starts to make people question. And then when people ask about it, quote, I'm at a very Chinese point in my life. See, chat. If you say that my hat looks like something specifically, I'm going to say that maybe you're the one with the problem, all right? If I put on some Hugo Boss because I think Hugo Boss is a very nice clothing company, even though they're expensive, and you say there's a problem, I'm going to say it's a skill issue. But if I come out with an armband and say that I'm feeling a very specific way in my life, maybe I am living that lifestyle. Maybe I am the problem. Just saying. Just saying. All right? Listen, all right? If Hassan wants to become a China streamer, you know what? Go right ahead. Go right ahead. Okay? It would be the funniest thing in the world. Okay? Do it. Move to China. Move to Hong Kong. Wherever you want to go. Get out of my fucking country. I don't want you here. I'm completely fine with your new grift being China, because at the very least it will tank some of your viewership that you built up that are hardcore left like this. Thank you for the 10.
Have been tipped $10 by @InternetZenMaster8950 to a Hassan disrespecter. This, alarmingly, wasn't a dog whistle. Bro literally got mouse suit when he was in China, according to him. Also, he could only do that here, not China. China does not appreciate mockery of Mao.
It would be kind of funny, I'm going to be honest with you. And I did see what you sent me, yes. I'm probably not going to play it, but I did see it. But yeah, so. I thought that was really interesting, you know? I thought that was really interesting. Really funny. Really, really, really funny. Now, Hassan was not the only laughing stock for, well, excuse me, before we get off of Hassan, we should continue laughing at some of the other stuff that people said. Fan, I have no idea who she is, never watched her in my life. But there was another roast about his vibration collar.
Is that a vibration remote in your pocket, or are you just excited to be here?
I'll put it on you later.
Is that a threat or like a?
Gosh, it is. They are really trying to kill the meme. They really, really are trying to kill the meme. How much do you think it was coordinated? Okay, you know, Hassan definitely wasn't on any of these awards. He was crying and bitching and moaning about it. But how much do you want to think that it was coordinated? He's like, listen, you don't have to put me on anything, but can we like coordinate to kill this meme?
For more hats. Hassan trying to be Michael Malice. He's not Michael Malice. Only Michael Malice is Michael Malice.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Feels scripted? It definitely feels scripted. 110% feels scripted.
What was that? Could you explain your inspiration for your outfit tonight? It looks familiar for some reason to me. Ham's over there.
Why would it be familiar to you? I don't understand. I mean, I got it in China, but yeah.
Maybe because I'm Chinese. Maybe that's why.
Oh my gosh, these people don't know how to tell jokes. Oh my gosh, you know, trying to debate. I'm having this internal struggle. If Hollywood is more funny when they try and virtue signal, or if streamers are more funny. I used to think that streamers could outdo Hollywood, but listening to these people, I'm starting to think that maybe I prefer Hollywood pretending to joke. Because at least with Hollywood, it's more funny.
At Mercenarix 21
for all of the wrong reasons.
To the lost cause. Deep State is desperate to protect Hassan.
I don't know. I think Hassan is a laughingstock to a lot of these people. I definitely think he's a laughingstock. Neither. I mean, like, if you had to choose one, which would you prefer? If you had to choose one. I don't know. Thank you for the 5.
At Internet's in Master 8952 sent $5 for more hats. Coordinated implies brain cells. The only person who had a brain cell, unfortunately, was Hassan.
VTubers are funnier? Yeah, but you don't have the
fan
choice
has
for
a humor
VTubers.
gene. Jesus Christ.
And some VTubers are not funnier, I'm sorry. Anyway. I don't know. Coordinated or not, we'll definitely say that they're trying to kill the meme. And guess what? It's working. At the very least for me. Because, oh my gosh. We need to find something new to make Hassan Piker upset, chat. All right? Just saying. All right? Hollywood, I guess, since they paid professionals. Fair. Haven't you seen Burnt Peanut, my husbando? He's hilarious. We'll get to him. All right? He's the third big segment of the evening. Anyway. Speaking of Hollywood, even though streamers are not as professional as Hollywood, some of them higher ups definitely are as gross and as weird as Hollywood. And guess what? They joke about it. They joke about it a lot. And it's really weird. Thank you for the 5.
Mercenarix 21 discovered Mom has milkers and gave $5. I choose the apocalypse of God coming down here personally and Sodom and Gomorrah the whole planet.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, I hope that doesn't happen. I would prefer it if God just sent people to help teach people their ways. I don't know. Anyway, so some of these people kind of creepy with themselves, you know, and they like to make joke. You know, a lot of these people are creepy, and instead of like, I don't know, trying to take down those creepy people, they make jokes about it. You know, I think streamers sometimes like to pretend that they're better than Hollywood, you know, better than Epstein, but I don't know. I think they joke about it just as much as Hollywood does. So QT Cinderella, while doing her shitty award show, had a joke about our very own Twitch CEO, Dan Clancy.
Dan Clancy is here, which is really nice because I kind of see Dan as a father figure. And just like...
Unironically, that is one of the creepiest things I have ever heard. Ever fucking heard. Also, I don't know if I've said it yet, but her dress looks absolutely horrible on her. She looks like a man's wearing it. She looks like she has a man's body wearing, with a woman's head wearing that dress. Okay? But she's coming out and saying, "Oh, Dan Clancy, I'm so glad he's here. I think he's like a dad to me."
Like my real dad, he spends way too much time online hitting on my friends.
Here, we're gonna rewind that.
Nice, because I kind of see Dan as a father figure. And just like my real dad, he spends way too much time online hitting on my friends.
Like I said, there is disgusting people in the streamer world, and instead of denouncing it, they're joking about it. It's a big joke, you know? It's a big joke that Dan Clancy, the CEO of Twitch, that lets people get away with the shit he does, they're joking about the fact that he preys upon other women streamers. It's a joke to them. See, again, I love the virtue signaling that some of these people do with Hollywood actors or even other streamers. You know, right now the big thing is how much we hate MizuhanaOshibe. That's a fair thing to hate. I think MizuhanaOshibe, I can't wait for Discovery, is all I'm going to say. But when it comes to these big elites, we're just going to joke about how much of a perv he is.
Just remember, Hollywood was supposed to be the new Babylon to these people. They wanted this because they are the type that worships evil.
Yeah. It's a joke to them. It's a joke that Dan Clancy pervs on these young women. It's a joke. Now, chat, and obviously, we're not in the business of accusing people of crimes here, all right? I don't want to get sued here. But, like, I legitimately cannot wait for the day that Dan Clancy is not the CEO anymore. And maybe 1, 2, 5, or 10 years down the road, when one of these girls that he pervs on decides to say something.
Obviously, Occo is a bad example because it's a lost cause.
I can't wait for that.
Tipped
Thank you for the 5.
99 cents to the lost cause. Our CEO? My CEO does normal things like coke at the Christmas party and hit on the middle-aged secretary.
But I can't wait for one of these girls, insert X time here, to come out with her story, okay? With her story, okay? I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. I will be front row center with the popcorn out. And guess what? Like with all these other gross people on the internet, or just in real life, again, insert sex pest from Hollywood here. I'm very excited and interested to see it. And I'm going to look back at all of the people that made jokes about it and wrote it off. And I'm going to look at them and say, why was this such a joke to you? When Ms. Kiff did this, you know, insert X individual who was a sex pest here. Why is it such a joke to you that the CEO does it? Yet you've got all this other shit here. It's just, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It's just kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Not gonna lie. Now, before we get into some of the other stuff for this, let's go through some of the other poor jokes that these people told. Thank you for the 10.
The landlords have been tipped $10 by at Project Libertad Hassan Disrespect.
Very much appreciated.
The Oreo and Kino Casino said one of the reasons they made a lot of these jokes like the shock collar and perv stuff was to kill it, like how a joke stops being funny when your grandma shares it.
I mean, I do believe that. I do believe that. And they're going to have to really try hard. Because if they're not careful, it's just going to reignite it. I kind of think it would be funny if it was reignited, to be real with you. I would be down with that. Not going to lie. Here, sorry, I'm trying to readjust my windows here. Boop. There we go. So let's go through some of the cringy jokes that make absolutely zero fucking sense that were told at the Pride. That were told at these awards here. Again, this is by there was a QT. QT asks Your Rage, another streamer. I have no idea who this is. What his favorite color on the Pride flag is.
Still on business, Loki.
You're right there with Rage. Rage, I had a quick question. What's your favorite color on the Pride flag?
Yes.
How do you answer that question? How do you Okay. Not being weird here. Got a white privileged woman looking down at a black man saying, "What's your favorite Pride flag color?" How do you answer that? How are you supposed to answer that? How is he supposed to answer that? Exactly how he did? Yeah, pretty much. Yes.
Still on business.
That's how you answer that, I guess. Oh, gosh. It's funny. Very funny because of how bad it is. Now, here's another, again, like, I think she got accused of racism for this, by the way. QT asks Raikai, another black creator. I feel uncomfortable even repeating this, okay? QT asks, quote, what is the coolest thing you've ever stolen?
What? Is Rakai in a seat? Did we get Rakai back in a seat? Is he hiding? Rakai? Question.
Yo.
What's the coolest thing you've ever stolen? Don't answer it. The test is the test, Rakai.
Yo.
Don't answer it. Don't answer it. Take his mic. Take his mic. What? Yeah, no. He's learned his lesson. He's not allowed to answer that.
I've been here for 57
All right, extra
months.
Emily.
What the fuck is this?
That is.
Now, I do know that he was caught for stealing. Like, imagine all of the people that don't know that.
Thank you, user, for the follow.
Imagine all the people that don't know that, and you're like, what kind of racist shit is this? Imagine all the people that don't have the context for that. Because listen, when I first heard this, I was like, what the fuck is this woman doing? Oh, fuck. Like, again, these are rich white elites and black elites that are making these weird jokes, and none of them work. Like, they all suck so much ass. I don't understand why, like, how she thought this would work. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? You're just, like, making a joke about, people stealing, Whereas, it's just, that makes no sense. Makes no sense. I'm gonna be honest with you. None whatsoever. Now, this last clip here, this 2-minute clip here that we're gonna play, was at the end of the Streamer Awards. And QT talks about unity. Okay? She talks about how everybody just needs to be nice. Okay? Needs to be nice to each other. Okay? And you know what? We'll just let her say it.
What I was saying, though, is that I never created this show with the sole purpose of handing out awards. So, little boy up there, I hope you feel really good about yourself, because this right here, this is a vehicle for togetherness. This is about building bridges. Okay? That's what this is for. And if you're watching right now, maybe you're watching in a chat right now with your favorite
Shout out to the chat.
streamer. Maybe it's in a Discord call with some friends. Maybe you took the time out of your day to come into this room and watch and be together with us today. And for one night out of the whole entire year, I am lucky enough that all of you let me bring you together because we are so quick.
Do you feel brought together, chat? I definitely feel brought together to laugh at this woman. I definitely feel like brought together to laugh at you. So I will give it to her. I feel brought together. I feel brought together. Okay? To make fun of you. That's how brought together I feel.
To criticize online, and I hope a night like this reminds everyone to slow down and find time to
She's crying again.
support each other.
She's crying again.
MommaOcco.
Thank you for the 5.
Still 3 cent $4.99 for more hats. What did a Austrian painter get for Christmas? GI juice and an easy bake oven.
No comment. No comment.
Please. Do not focus on the winners. Do not focus on the nominees. Focus on
Oh, I'm not focusing on the winners. I'm focusing on how trash fire this is, all right?
all of you because you're all so inspiring. So many of you.
See, the reason why they're inspiring is because they know how to buy health insurance and she doesn't. And she's going to walk up to each of them and ask them which one is better for her premiums. That's why they're so inspiring. I'm going to be real with you.
And we can only fit so many of you in this room, and there's so many more that I would love to highlight and I would love to appreciate. And I just thank you all for being the creative minds that you are. And a massive thank you to our production team, to my lovely producer, Michael, who's been dealing with me all night. He deserves the world. My best friend, Maya. Our co-host, Fan, Katie B, Sketch, and Ron. And then our gorgeous fashion drag panel, out of this world. Thank you all in this venue for being here tonight, and every viewer that supports anyone in this room. It means the world to all of us. Thank you all for being so inspiring. I'm so incredibly lucky to call this community my home, and I can't wait to see what we create together in 2025.
Again, she loves the community because the community helps her know how to do normal adult things. She doesn't know what she's doing. And at this point, I don't think Ludwig knows what he's doing either. So maybe she wants to get more together with people so that when it doesn't work out with him, she knows who she can go to say, hey, how do I do my laundry? How do I cook dinner? How do I make my bed? That's I'm joking right now, all right? I'm joking, but legitimately, she sounds so fucking helpless. Okay? That's how I see it, okay? I'm sorry. That's just how I see it, man. I'm sorry. That's just how I see it. Oh, goodness. Now, that's not all we really got for, like, the general coverage of it, okay? Because we still have to go over the winners. But before we go over the winners of the Streamer Awards, let's skip to a couple of days later where QT is talking about criticism of the Streamer Awards. And after she's blocked all the people that disagree with her, and I've seen quite a few people blocked by QT Cinderella recently, and after everybody's made their mogging videos, after Nicholas Diorio with his 5,000 people have laughed at this woman endlessly, all right? She has looked at all what everybody has said, and she's going to take it on the chin. So let's hear what she has to say.
I think I had such a big epiphany this year where I was like, oh my gosh, this show, it's just so much bigger than it used to be. And I have to adjust for that because like everyone in the room knew that he was banned for stealing, but you know, it's more than everyone in the room. And so we're fixing it, okay? Next year, I promise. I have so many ideas. It's gonna be
next year we're not going to bawl our eyes out. Next year we'll make sure that everything is done right. Chat, how much you want to bet that it's going to be literally the exact same as it was this year and all of the previous years where she gets up, she cries, she's upset with how people don't appreciate her enough. How much do you want to bet that it's going to happen the exact same way in 2026? How much you want to bet? Because I will bet $1 million that it will be the exact same thing, the exact same time next year on the Streamer Awards. It's only going to get worse? I hope so. Maybe Frogan will get Rising Star for a third time next year. Maybe a third time. I don't know. Maybe next year they can joke about how Hassan is the new Mao Zedong. I have $1 million. It was a joke. $1 million doll hairs. We'll say that. So, we've gone through the shit show that was the award show. Let's talk about some of the winners. I don't think I have every single one pulled up here, but we're going to talk about some of them. I'll be honest, I really don't care for a lot of these. And I'll give my thoughts and opinions on what I did have pulled up. So, iShowSpeed is the best IRL streamer. Okay, sure. I'm going to be honest with you. There are so many options for what a bad IRL streamer is that I think iShowSpeed is probably the safest bet for an IRL streamer. So, you know what? He can have that. I'm fine with that. Casio won Best Variety Streamer. I will tell you right now, before 2025, I had no idea who this man was. And it seems like that was the exact same thing for a lot of other people as well. So, yeah, sure. He glowed up this year, and congratulations. He got Best Variety Streamer. I'll say he can have it, because I'll be honest, outside of all the other clips that I've seen of him on getting made fun of because of how fat he is, I couldn't tell you anybody else that would have deserved it more than him. And he seems pretty chill for who he is, so, yeah. I'm gonna be honest, the cutest thing about Casio that I've seen is somebody actually made a plushie of him, like a stitched plushie, and sent it to his mom. And his mom thought that was the cutest thing ever. And I'm gonna be honest, I thought it was kind of cute as well. I'm a really big fan of stitched or knitted things, and I thought that was cute. So, you know, even though I don't really care for nearly like 95% of all streamers,
MommaOcco.
I kind of liked that. Thank you for the $5.
For more hats. Occo not on the poll for favorite of tuber. Damn it, man. Learn to chill.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So, you know, he can have that. Kai Sanat won Best Chatting Streamer. And you know what? I will say I know a little bit more Kai than I know any of these other people, just because of how big of a streamer he is. I would say that, yeah, I'd say that he probably deserves this. Because there are a lot of streamers out there. But Kai, in my personal opinion, does a shit ton to have an entertaining stream. I remember when he played Elden Ring, man built an entire set and dressed up in armor just to play Elden Ring. Or it's either Elden Ring or Dark Souls. I can't remember. I don't watch him. I just know it was one of the two. Okay? So, I would say that this man put a lot of work in. Yeah, sure. He can have that. I don't care. Thank you for being a member for 7 months. Congratulations, Lobert. Hope you enjoy that. Jason the Ween, no idea who this guy is. Have absolutely no idea who this man is. I know his face, no idea who he is. But he won Streamer's Choice. Cool. Don't care. Now, we'll get into this in the next subject, but the Burnt Peanut, everybody's favorite non-VTuber, won the VTuber of the Year awards. And like I said, all of the opinions on this, we have a section just for him, so we're going to skip past that. And iShowSpeed became the Streamer of the Year. And again, I really don't know who the other choices were. I didn't really care. But congrats to him, you know. Congrats to him. Glad that he won, you know. I can't remember if he's the one that was DMCAing people that reacted to him or not, but like, congrats to him. Congrats to him. Hold on one moment. Let me make sure. Okay. And the last one is, we'll gloss over this one, but Cassia, is it Queso? Is it Queso or Casio? I don't know. But he also won Gamer of the Year. To be honest, I think he deserves it. 99% of the clips I've seen of this man are him playing video games. And he seems to be pretty good at it. Queso? Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Now, chat. If you want my opinion, okay, of who my streamer of the year is, or my VTuber of the year, obviously, Mori is my VTuber of the year. Mori would obviously be my VTuber of the year. I think yippies around the world would say that Mori deserves it, all right? I'm going to be real with you. Can't stand Kenji, especially after what he did to... What's her name? A couple years ago. Chibi's too annoying for me. I'm going to be real with you. Iron Mouse. I'm getting to my opinions about Iron Mouse. But Mori, if we had to choose between the 5 that we had there, it would definitely be Mori. It would definitely be Mori Calliope, the best VTuber rapper that happens to also be white of them all. So now I let you guys vote in the chat there. There's no 5th option, but it seems like if chat, you had to vote. If just my chat voted on who would be their VTuber of the year, it looks like you guys voted for Chibi. And I find Chibi to be annoying. That's fine. But you know what? If it was a choice between all those, I'd be fine with Chibi. All right? As long as Kenji didn't win, I don't care. All right? All right? But, you know, it's whatever. What did Kenji do? He defamed people. He has defamed people in the past. That's why I don't like him. By the way, this was made by Gabby. It's really cute. I like it. Gabby has done a couple other ones for people, but Gabby made one for me and I like this. Excuse me. Anyway. So, that was the Streamer Awards. Okay? That was the Streamer Awards. But there is more that we have to talk about. Because now we're moving on to, and we are going to take another short break for this. We're now moving on to where people got upset with Burnt Peanut. Now, I will tell you, I don't know anything about Burnt Peanut. Okay? Nothing whatsoever. It is my understanding that he is an Arc player, and he's pretty good at it from what I heard. And he really shot up this year, within the last couple of months, I've been told. And people have opinions on him. People don't like him. People think that because of the circumstances that he had, that he doesn't deserve to win. And we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. I have some thoughts and some opinions. Tarkov? Was it Tarkov as well? Okay, fair. And we're going to talk about it. I'm going to give my opinions. A lot of VTubers had a lot of opinions as well. But before we do that, I'm going to take another short break. And when we come back, we're going to talk about Burnt Peanut and gatekeeping. So let me pause the music and give me one moment while I do this. Thank you for the follow. And yeah, I'll be right back. See you, chat.
invaluable pawn. So let the merge begin. Now that the spiders are gone, with the core in my hands, reality shall collapse, and my eternal reign will now. I exist beyond your time, rule over cosmic beings. One thought could melt your mind. I do enjoy your rage, could always entertain. Erasure won't come yet, I'll just provide the stage. So fade away and return to nothing. Your strength is great, but you're no match for me now. I'll let you live for the entertaining. God of all creation, God of your creation now. So fade away and return to nothing. Your strength is great, but you're no match for me now. I'll let you live for the entertaining. God of all creation, God of your creation now.
Okay. Let's talk about chat. The recent drama that spawned from Burnt Peanut winning the VTuber of the Year awards. Now, this is a subject that it seems has divided quite a lot of people in quite a lot of different ways. And I think that there is, unfortunately, not an easy way to answer this question. Well, there's a couple of questions, I guess you could say. I guess the first question some people would probably ask is, does Burnt Peanut count as a VTuber? And then I guess the second question you would ask is, if he does or doesn't count, do you think that he is worthy of being in that space? If that makes sense. You know, here's what I'll do. We'll make a poll. We'll make a poll. We believe in being democratic here. Okay. And I had 3 options here for you. By the way, if you want to vote, it is on YouTube. I really don't know how to do it on any other platform. Well, I know how to do it on Twitch, but we're not going to do it on Twitch. Sorry, Twitch. But I am curious. Is Burnt Peanut a VTuber? And if he's not a VTuber, why is he not a VTuber? Because I think that we need to have a discussion around what makes a VTuber. And I think this is something that I myself have asked quite a lot. And I think I have probably gotten into fights with people about. And because there are so many people that fits into this realm, you will have a lot of people that will argue about it. Here, let me switch over. We're going to switch over here. I'm seeing a lot of people say that culture has something to do with it. And I would ask, if culture has something to do with it, how would you define that culture? If that makes sense. Would you say that it's like you have to be an idol to be a VTuber, or you have to be Japanese to be a VTuber? Like, how would you define that? Because if you wanted to peg it down to being an idol, technically I'm not a VTuber. Because I don't sing. I sung once, and that probably won't happen for a long time. But what fits you in that? Anime? I would say there's a lot of quote-unquote VTubers who don't have an anime aesthetic, but you probably would still count them as a VTuber.
Lost cause. At Mercenarix21 tipped $5 to the Lost Cause. He is not a VTuber because he uses a face filter that covers up his face but allows his mouth and eyes to be shown. He's also technically
fraud.
a fraud.
That's a big thing to put on somebody, calling somebody a fraud. He's not a VTuber because he shows his face? Okay. So are you saying that if you show your face intentionally, we're not gonna say if a VTuber gets doxxed, that's different, all right? But let's say somebody shows their face intentionally. So if you intentionally show your face, you're not a VTuber. Is that the argument right now? I might be able to agree with you on that. I guess Kason isn't a VTuber. That is the next question you have to ask. Is Kason a VTuber then? Because Kason, she does half and half. I almost said something else, and it would have been bad if I said that. But Kason does half and half.
Oh my god, she's got milkers!
At Zal0vid discovered mom has milkers and gave $5. If TBP is a VTuber, by this logic habitually crosser is a VTuber.
But I feel like the problem is... Thank you, Dama, for the raid. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I feel like the problem is there is a lack of unity around trying to answer that question. And the reason why I think that this whole discussion that's turned into a battleground is going to be muddied, and unfortunately, it's going to not lead to any good resolution, in my personal opinion. Thank you for being a member for 11 months. There are two definitions of a VTuber. One, the more agreed upon, a person who uses a virtual avatar. Two, what most indies will agree with, a VTuber as in what Kizuna I coined. I appreciate that. Thank you. To be honest, I kind of lean on what Kizuna I coined. And what you'll start to see is there's a lot of people that probably didn't come in or join the medium knowing Kizuna I, who will just say anybody with a model, however weird or not weird it is, that's enough. Some people will say that's enough. I think the problem is there's so many little carve-outs that you might see people make. Somebody brought up Code Miko. Let Let me bring up Code Miko, because I used to like Code Miko a lot. All right, Code Miko is somebody I really liked. Okay, now let me tell you, is Code Miko a VTuber? In my opinion, she used to be, even though she showed her face. Let me explain why. Code Miko started out as somebody that wanted to go beyond just the normal stuff. And she was known for basically turning herself into a VTuber with her smarts. She bought a $10,000 tracksuit and she learned how to do it all herself. And I would say that even though she showed her face, she had a good reason to show her face, because she was showing you the steps that she took to become the VTuber. So I would say originally, sure, I would say she was. Nowadays, no. Nowadays, I would not say so. Because the gimmick of becoming the VTuber has already passed for Code Miko. And unfortunately, when your gimmick is watch me become the VTuber, once you become the VTuber, you have to have entertainment in some other way. And I think that's the problem with somebody like Code Miko, is she showed the way, and she was very interesting. She had a lot of fun stuff that she did. In fact, one of my favorite clips of her is where she shows herself off as a nun, and the person she's interviewing got a little freaked out by it. But over time, she showed her face more and more, and I would not qualify her as a traditional VTuber anymore. I would qualify her as an IRL streamer now that has a VTuber model that she doesn't even use that much anymore, because I see her doing a lot of IRL stuff. But see, that's the problem, is there are so many little carve-outs and exceptions that can be made depending. And it really depends how you respect the medium that you're in, if that makes sense. Because it's not just a mask you put on, using VTuber as a mask. There's a lot more that goes into just saying that you have a virtual model. And like I said, going kind of back to the Kizuna Ai definition, a VTuber just isn't a model. It's also a culture. And if you're not willing to respect that culture, you probably can't put yourself in that camp. Thank you for feeding the landlords.
The landlords have been tipped $10 by @AlphaChatFina Hassan Disrespecter. Flush streamers have been wanting tubing to die since Melody debuted ages ago because tubing is a threat to their bottom line. Peanut winning seems to be a way of making the genre illegitimate.
Thank you for the 10 as well. Or, excuse me, thank you for the 10 and then being a member for 10 months. I agree, by the way. Zalia for 10 months says, I say VTubing is more about a roleplay character, a lore, an idea, and an identity. You need to be about the character and not yourself. Well, I would say that's part of it. I will add on to it that, again, there is a culture that you must obey or be respectful of. And part of that culture is a Japanese culture. And if you're not willing to either represent or respect that culture, which, by the way, a lot of Western VTubers do, then I don't think you are considered a VTuber. You are just considered a tourist, in my personal opinion. Now, don't get it twisted. Burnt Peanut, the winner of the VTuber Awards, the VTuber Award at the Streamer Awards, has won the VTuber Award. Does he have a VTuber-like model? Sure. Even though, if we were to argue, this is a face filter that uses his real face, you can argue that he is using a model of sorts like a VTuber. But the question you have to ask is, does he or does his audience respect the culture that comes with being a VTuber? And I know it's his IRL face. That's what I meant. Does he respect the culture that comes with calling yourself a VTuber? That's I think that's the important question you have to ask. And if the answer is no, then he's not a VTuber. Do I know what he looks like? I'm going to be honest. I have not looked for pictures of him outside of just this. Just saying. Now, we have a clip. We're gonna show off this clip. We're gonna show off this clip here.
I play with that guy.
All right. This is a clip from a couple of months ago. That was, funny enough, clipped by Kitsunero. Bless Kitsunero. Kitsunero, by the way, who I would say pretty much a VTuber. Pretty much. I'd say that Kitsunero does a decent job respecting the culture that comes with it. Kitsunero is a VTuber. She has clipped this point here. And let me turn down the music a little bit. We're going to listen to if he thinks he's a VTuber.
Every time I play with that guy, first thing he says, he goes, make sure you guys go vote Peanut for VTuber of the Year.
Yeah.
And then I riff him up with something. I don't know what I say. But, everybody knows I don't like being called a VTuber just because it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
Doesn't it just mean virtual tuber?
See, what's funny is I think that even he knows, okay? When I listened to this, I was like, oh, he knows. He knows. Okay? That he doesn't fit the culture that comes with being a VTuber. Because I'm going to be real with you, okay? I'm going to be real. A lot of people look at the culture around VTubing. I've been told by family members, they're like, my family is like, it's just a little weird. I get it. Trust me, I get it. It's not a normal thing. The culture around being a VTuber is not normal. It's why a lot of people make fun of it and don't care. I'm going to be honest with you. But he knows. There's a lot of ideas that come with being called a VTuber. Okay? Thank you for the 5. Is it going to play it? It's not going to play it.
Oh my god, she's
Nope, there it goes. I don't know why I didn't play the last one. Thank you.
Isaiah says, I discovered Mom has milkers and gave $5.
Thank you.
There was people in the West doing tubering before Kizuna AI. They were playing a character. Kizuna AI just more popularized it.
I would say so, yeah. But I say that Kizuna AI is really what people point to as the genesis for it. Also, Mercenary for 5 says, remember that Berg Peanut admitted on screen that he wanted to basically piss people off with his award. He has a total disdain for VTubers. We'll get into that. I don't know if I have that clip on me, but we'll talk about it. And here's what I will say, okay? I believe, excuse me for my sharp inflection there, I believe that he knows that he's not a quote-unquote VTuber, okay? He's got a model, quote-unquote model, but he knows he is not a VTuber because he does not have the culture, nor do I think he wants to be part of the culture. I legitimately think that he finds the culture of VTubers to be cringe or weird or even creepy to some degree. And that's fair. That's fine. Again, there's some facets of VTubing that may make me uncomfortable, but I'll take that with still having the mantle and respect that comes with it. But from my understanding, he doesn't want to be part of that culture. He just wants to have his little model while he plays his video games. And if he gets called a VTuber, I legitimately don't think he wants to consider himself one because he doesn't want to be part of that culture. So, is he a VTuber? According to him, no. And so, I'm going to take him at his word for that. Is he a VTuber in the physical sense? Sure. But not in the actual sense. Maybe saying spiritual sounds very gay and retarded. But in the spiritual sense, no. He is not a VTuber. because he's not willing to interact with the culture that comes with it. So, but anyway, there are a lot of people, unfortunately, that celebrated this win. Some of them I kind of respect. Still will respect, and I think it's kind of just a hollow congratulations. All of these tabs here, all the way up to about here, are going to be a mixture of reactions of what people thought about this. Okay? So we're going to go through some of this. So, some of these are the people that were nominated. And again, when you're a nominee, you kind of have to be a good sport about it. Even if you may agree or disagree, you kind of have to say congratulations, you know. So 3 out of the 5 people, I guess 3 out of 4, not including him, saying congratulations. And a lot of people, you know, building a rift of what it means to be a VTuber, or just being a VTuber, and arguing whether or not he deserved it. Now, before we kind of like go into some of that, I found this clip, and I'm going to be honest with you, this clip alone made me kind of, even though I don't consider him a VTuber, I kind of like him. Kind of. All right? This was my first introduction. That, like, I've kind of avoided watching clips until I started doing the research on this. This was my first interaction of who Burnt Peanut was.
Guys, always remember, always something a little bit about me, guys. Something a little bit about me.
What?
The president that you voted for, I like that guy. And your ideals that you believe in, dude, those are good. I like those too. Remember that, okay? Remember that about me. A little something about me.
I mean, we are back-to-back World War II.
I just realized I said the joke wrong. Oh, fuck.
What?
Oh, my God. I'm going to get ripped on Twitter. I said the president that you voted for, I like that guy. What I meant was whoever you voted for, I like that guy. Whoever you voted for, I like that guy, too. That's what I meant. I said that joke wrong. I said that joke wrong. Oh, fuck. I'm actually so fucked. I'm actually so fucked. Oh, my God.
Get ready, man.
Oh, my God. I meant whoever you voted for. I meant whoever you voted for.
Yeah.
In my heart of hearts, he likes Donald Trump. First clip I ever saw of this man was this. Okay? First clip. It is very funny. All right? Very funny. So you may not like the comedy about that, but it's kind of funny that he unintentionally just said, I like the guy that was voted in. In my heart of hearts, he probably does. And he was like, oh, fuck, I can't believe I just said that. It was kind of funny, okay? Now, am I going to watch him? Probably not. I don't watch streamers, period. But I just thought that was kind of funny. That was kind of funny. And he was elected in a streamer awards where someone was asked their favorite color on their pride flag. Yes, he was. So that's my first introduction to him. Apparently I haven't seen the clip, but apparently there's another clip where he screams fag, and I think that's also kind of funny. So maybe, you know, what's funny is he might be a little bit more based, but he might just not like the culture of VTubers, which you can make a determination based off of that. Yes, he has said that. Yeah, I heard that he said that. Anyway, let's go into some opinions about him winning. All right, I wanted to show you who he was as an individual, give you like a very basic thought. Let's go into some opinions about him winning.
$5 to the Lost Cause. Shroud backed TBP because his team got rolled by Doka's team in a tournament. The man is still salty about it.
Really? That's interesting. Am I going to watch Sea Dog's take on the situation? If I have time tonight, I've got about an hour and a half before I have to go do something else. If I have time tonight, I'm going to probably speed through some of these because of how little time I have left now. I thought I would have more time, but I spent the first hour screaming about Cutie Cinderella. Or excuse me, I spent the second hour doing that. About the first hour talking about about cum hunter Nick Fuentes, I guess. Anyway, let's talk about what some people think about him winning. Iron Mouse. And the more I listen to Iron Mouse, the less I like her. And I say that as somebody who has observed that this is the second time third. This is the third or fourth time I've seen this. Where Iron Mouse, who is the biggest bridge of normies, and I think she knows that. She is the biggest bridge of normies, bringing in all of the wrong people into this space. Okay? She is the self-proclaimed queen of VTubers. Well, I don't know if she's self-proclaimed, but she is the proclaimed queen of VTubers. She's not my queen. Not my queen. All right? And I'm going to be honest with you, I think she's wrong a lot of the time about a lot of this stuff. Oh, I got a sneeze coming in. Excuse me. But this is not the first time she has brought the bridge down, opened the gates for maybe somebody that who cares a little bit. Okay? She did this with Ludwig. She did this with... it wasn't IShowSpeed. It was the other guy. Kai Cenat. She did this with Kai Cenat. And now she's trying to be the international spokesperson of VTubers towards Burnt Peanut. And she's trying to say, guys, you can't act like this. We have a reputation to uphold. Even though these people are coming in and ravaging people and saying horrible things about you, and his fans are being rude and mean, guys, we have to be nice to them. I'm not trying to be political here. My apologies. But like, yeah, I don't like that. I'm gonna be real. Be real. Don't like that. Don't like that. I don't care how cringe it is. Iron Mouse. If you want to hang out with those people, do it. But a lot of people don't want to. Okay. Like, because it's very obvious that he doesn't want to be part of the culture. All right. If he says himself he's not a VTuber, you should probably respect that. Now, I'm going to be real with you. I think now he leans into it because because it's content, all right? Because let me tell you. It is now a joke that he won, and it is now something to lean into, making fun of the fact that people are upset. And while I don't like that he's doing that, I also understand why he's doing that. It's because it will give him attention. It's because it will get him attention. It is getting him attention. Guess what? Guess what, guys? You're playing into that. You're playing into the fact that he wants you to be mad. He recognizes that and will play into it. You can only get so mad about that before you recognize that you're also shoveling coal into the problem. So, while I don't like that, he's also being a good content creator. If that makes sense. Anyway. Kitsu, probably one of the biggest wielders of opinions on this, saying non-VTuber won the best award. Then she shares that clip, which we played a little bit while ago. And I would agree. You know what's funny about Kitsu? Is when it came to Ludwig, I think she disagreed with me about gatekeeping. And just now, guess what? Kitsu says we need gatekeeping. So I'll take the win on that, woman. I'll take the win on that. Even though you disagreed with me, I'll take the win knowing that you now agree with me, even if indirectly. Even if indirectly. Speaking of Code Miko, by the way, the VTuber not VTuber now says that we shouldn't gatekeep VTubing. And what's funny is I think she says that because I think now she recognizes she's not a VTuber and she still would like to be part of the area. She still wants to have the tag of a VTuber, even though now she has lewd pictures that she sells on other websites. No, ma'am. I think we're going to continue to gatekeep, in my personal opinion. The gates are closed to you now as well. By the way, this clip right here, I should have played this first.
Obviously,
This clip is a reason why I think people would be okay with gatekeeping.
Zerovid tipped $5 to the lost cause. Saba is the one true tuber queen. Don't follow false idols. This is the last one, promise.
From MommaOcco.
Thank you.
Till 3 cent $4.99 for more hats. Hot take, I don't really like Mouse.
I'm not the biggest fan of her
She's
either.
Overrated and certainly no queen of tubing. That honor should go with Saba Emo.
I would say that Saba definitely more over others. How much do you think Iron Mouse sees that more people probably like Saba than her? More VTuber fans like Saba than her. That would be really funny. Don't play this cringe. Oh, we're going to. We're going to, chat. I'm sorry. This cringe is going to be played. So, chat, you want to know what non-VTuber fans think of VTubers? This was played at the Streamer Awards, okay? This was at the Streamer Awards, okay? How do you think they think about VTubers, chat? How do you think they think VTubers are portrayed?
Hey guys, I'm super excited to present this next award. Ew. The 5 VTubers in this category worked hard at math.
You see that? You see her laughing there? It's a joke for her. She thinks it's funny. She thinks VTubers are a joke. Now, I'm gonna be real. Outside of streaming, VTubers are a bit of a joke to IRL streamers. To be honest. But that's what they think of you. They think you're a joke. And that you are deserved to make fun of. And Mouse thinks that it's bad that you want to gatekeep that? That you want to hold up a sign and say, you're not welcome? This is a VTuber town. I think that's the biggest problem to me. You know? Because nothing is sacred. Like a lot of these people expect to be welcomed in, and then they also want to be able to jump all over the culture. They want to be allowed to jump all over the culture and make fun of it. But they also want to be let in and do whatever they want. So, here, we'll finish this.
Peak Kawaii and Ada Aura Farming. Here are the nominees for Best VTuber.
Just, like, she sounds so upset to be there. She doesn't want to do this. So it's just like, if you don't want to be here, you don't want to do this, why the fuck are you guys celebrating VTubers? Why do you care? Why would you even include a category for something you don't even like? That's my question. It's like, are you, the only thing you can come to is that they're trying to destroy it. They don't want it there anymore. Which makes sense, I'm going to be completely honest with you. Here's another opinion by Rosie. Unfortunately, woman that I think wants to be part of the in crowd. A lot of the React streamers, by the way, want to be in that in crowd. And they will say whatever they can in order to be part of that in crowd. So, Rosie here saying, I'm happy for everyone that nominated and for Burnt winning the VTuber Awards. Everyone nominated also seems to feel happy for everyone else. Yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're intentionally the happy, Rosie. I don't think you understand that people can fake being happy because they don't want to be seen as an asshole. Not everybody can be like me and be honest for the most part. She's like, that's because it's not that deep. Even people who have a tomato to throw would make you think otherwise. I'm full of whimsy and also refreshed from my vacation. It's nice to see everyone happy for each other. Again, not everybody's happy for each other. I have my own problems with Rosie. She likes to delude herself quite a lot. More than just kind of. Rosie deludes herself a lot on the internet. She thinks that everything is like, she like thinks that she can get all of her problems solved by complaining to Twitch about her viewership. Sorry if you like her, but she is just a delusional individual, in my personal opinion. Clueless is definitely the answer I would see. Oh, here's Burnt Peanut. Burnt Peanut, by the way. I don't know. Yeah, there's some replies under this. I'm not going to scroll through them. I'm sure a lot of them were very, bigot, excuse me. There's some replies under this. Definitely childless behavior. Non-VTuber 1. Yeah. Because by definition, I would agree. Hey, I know that guy. I know, he's cool. This VTuber says, VTuber is foaming at the mouth finding out the Burnt Peanut won best VTuber. The dude that used the equivalent of a Snapchat filter, because I think it is, and he beat people who dumped 10K assets on their models. Dude won because his content was more than just flaunting the model. GG Peanut. And then he like shills himself here. He has to shill himself right here after he finds out that he's getting attention. Now, Lapis. Lapis is a cool creator, I would say. Oh gosh, I got another sneeze coming. Lapis says, after almost a decade of history and thousands of virtual YouTubers and streamers, nah. One dude with a Snapchat filter? Hell yeah. This is why the Streamer Awards is worth nothing. The only good thing about it is Emmy, Flats, and Queso getting some recognition, which makes me happy. If you want my personal opinion, though, who cares about the Streamer Awards? And that's the funny thing, is a lot of people came out and said, why do you even care if the Streamer Awards are bullshit? Well, it's because even if the product is shit, what they're showing tells you that they don't care and that they think that you're a joke. And that's why you need to pay attention. You need to understand that these people hate you and want you dead. Probably not that deep, I'm going to be real with you. And so, even if the Streamer Awards is awful, and QT Cinderella should never do it again because she doesn't know how to host a party that makes fun of potential ditties, like, you need to understand the reason why it's important is because it shows you who they are. And I think that's the most important. I would say that it's deep. I would say that, again, it matters because of the message, not the product that it came from. Thank you for the 10.
The landlords have been tipped $10 by @InternetZenMaster8952 a Hassan disrespecter. Yes, this is VTuber town and we're allowed to gatekeep.
I
And
agree.
if people complain
No
about
non-VTubers
Nestor
allowed.
Kisha, remind them those two VTubers keep to themselves unless asked, usually by VTubing's Jester Fillion.
It's not the reward, it's the message. It is the message. And the message is that they don't like you and they want you gone. That's the message. Here's an opinion from Nyara, who was, quote, retweeting Cynical, who also was trying to shill for Burnt Peanut. Nyara said, I don't care that he doesn't fit the traditional idea of what a VTuber is. A lot of VTubing is toxic anyways. I wonder why you would say that. And people can't even agree if PNG tubing is VTubing or not. Again, if you're a PNG tuber, but you respect the culture, you probably would fit in the VTuber realm. Award shows are stupid popularity contests, so pushing the community to vote explicitly to piss off VTuber stings, but it's a strategy that worked. It sucks how VTubers are still perceived as annoying anime girls who do content for degens instead of content creators that express themselves using a virtual avatar instead of their face. the disappointing part for me is that he is someone who streams with people like Nick Merck, so it tells me See, Nyara doesn't dislike him because he doesn't respect the culture. Nyara doesn't like him because he's a transphobe. Bert Peanut can't win because he's a transphobe, not because he doesn't respect the culture. Good one, Yara. Good one. Congratulations. Congratulations. Oh, somebody showed the clip. Oh, I think this is the clip. Yeah. This is the clip from Grixit here. We'll watch this clip, chat. We'll show you the clip. This is why people tried to cancel him after finding out this clip exists.
I would get QD OLED. Oh my god, dude! What is it? What is up with this faggot EvaElfpire man? Oh shit. Oh fuck. God damn it.
Not gonna lie, that was kind of funny. Not gonna lie, kind of funny. All right. Yeah, Nyara, I don't care about your opinion. You saying he's transphobic literally will make people like him more. Oh, couldn't even say it with his full chest. Well, I think he knew. I think he knew that it was a bad idea. I kind of want to learn more about him. Kind of just want to learn more about him. Now here's Squat-chan. Squat-chan had a decent take in my personal opinion. I'll be honest, I don't know the Peanut guy. I'm sure he's a great dude, so no shade to him, but we all know what we think when someone says VTuber. I think we all know. You can totally DEI his little nutty ass in there, but don't be surprised if the people get upset, and I agree. DEI his little ass in there is definitely a way I would say it. I'll be honest, that's like that. All you need to say is that, and it kind of makes sense. So here's something that came out, I believe, a little bit afterwards, where people are, where he gets told that people are upset that he won, and here's his response.
The VTubers are very mad at you on Twitter. Good. Good.
Again, I think he's playing into it because he knows it will give him attention. He knows his fans don't care about VTubers. Okay? So he doesn't have to care about your opinion. Who cares about the VTuber's opinion? My audience loves me right now, and they want me to mess with you. So it's in his best interest to like lean into this, in my personal opinion. Even if I dislike it, he's doing the right thing for the wrong reasons.
Having their phantom sex with their phantom cocks and their VR bar, they can think about me. Help them finish.
Again, he's playing into the audience. The audience loves it. So why shouldn't he do it? Why shouldn't he do it?
Now let's ride.
I'm going to say the thing that's the most offensive to me is he's playing Arc Raiders and he looks like he jumped out of fucking Tarkov. If he should put on a better outfit. That my biggest complaint right now, weird outfit for the game. That's me though. Now here's an opinion from XQC. Here's an opinion from XQC. Everybody already knows XQC hates VTubers because of Doki Bird. So XQC got the opinion, not the right opinion, but he got the opinion because he hates Doki Bird. Twitter's dying. Someone is taking out the Cloudflare servers again. Is Cloudflare dying again? Oh boy. Fun. Why does he hate Doki? Because Doki Bird beat his ass. That's why. That's why. Doki Bird beat him. Anyway, this is what XQC has to say about it.
Gentlemen, good night and Godspeed.
Hey man, yo, The VTuber's in shambles.
Award
They
for
fucking,
best reality
yo,
streamer.
Imagine being a VTuber taking out a fucking loan against the bank from a big fucking corporate to get a model that's costing fucking $60,000 to lose this fucking scuffest piece of shit avatar from fucking Windows 95. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's not the reason why, but you know, he can think that. I'll go back to saying that XQC is kind of funny later. That is wrong. That's wrong. And yes, he is salty that he lost to Doki Bird. Okay? He's salty that he lost to Doki Bird. Let's not get it twisted. Okay? Don't ask him about what happened with Doki Bird. He'll lose his mind. This individual... Who is this? Oh, okay. So Rima brought up that same clip. And this individual posits maybe this is why people hate VTubers. For those interested, this is top female streamers. Not VTuber females, female streamers. Okay? The top two the top two female streamers are HoloLive, followed by Valkyrae, then 3 more VTubers, then Emaru, and then more VTubers. Only 2 women, top 10, are IRL streamers. I almost said real women, but they are all real women. Okay? Only 2. Only 2. Okay. And then quarter 2. Oh. Now the top 3 women. Then 1, 2, 3 women. Okay. So 3, 4, 4, 5, and 6 women. Then Zen. Oh, okay. So now we got 3 women in quarter 2. Oh, is it only 2 pictures? Oh, okay. So now this is counting quarter 3. So this is quarter 3. First 2 VTubers. Then 2 women. Then VTuber, 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 woman, VTuber. You know, I'd be willing to take this as proof for them hating VTubers, gonna be real with you. Just saying. Now, this person here tries to say what a VTuber is because, oh gosh. I'm just using a lot today, I don't know why. This person is trying to use the idea of only using a model. Well, I mean, we're gonna move past this, but we've already kind of talked about it. Oh, I forgot I had this one in here. So this is, how do I approach this? I'll approach it like this. So this is Proctor Zakharov, the owner of the virtual asylum, the Kiwi Farms Lite, or the Kiwi Farms made for VTubers. The Ultra Simp for Kirsha, willing to do just about anything that she asks him to, or probably doesn't ask him to. I'm willing to believe that he does a lot of things without her asking. Guy who she has even said she has to pretend doesn't exist because of what he is and what he owns. But Proctor, for once, had a take that a lot of people agreed with. I might not have used the way he said it, but he basically was correct. Where he says that if Iron Mouse wasn't seriously ill, she would be an average flesh streamer and hate VTubers. Now, in my personal opinion, she wouldn't even be a streamer. She'd probably be an opera singer. She would not even be a streamer. She's a streamer because she's confined to a chair. Or confined to her house because if she goes outside, she'll die. Proctor is right. But he is also wrong. If that makes sense. What is wrong with Kirsch? Nothing is wrong with Kirsch. I have nothing wrong with Kirsch. I have things I am upset with Proctor. And again, I think he's a simp for somebody that has to pretend he doesn't exist. But I have nothing wrong with her. I just have everything wrong with him. And then Asma decides to bite back. Now again, you can get mad at how Proctor presented it. Okay. But technically, Proctor is right. If she wasn't sick, I don't even think she would be a streamer. I'm going to be honest with you. She would not be a streamer. She would be an opera singer because for a lot of other things that she can't do, she can sing. She can sing. So, I'll go take it a step further. If she wasn't critically ill, she would be singing, probably. You know? So, maybe not. She wouldn't even be a streamer. Just gonna be real with you. But a lot of people got really pissed off at this man. Let me see if I can find... Oh, yep, here it is. Connor decided to respond. Again, I don't even think Connor knows who he's talking to. Connor says it's deranged. And again, not a fan of Proctor in any sense of the way. But I agree. I like his... I agree with Proctor, his reply. Does he have you blocked? Yes. So I'll give you a brief TLDR. Back when I first moved, after the Under the Tea drama that I had, Proctor wanted me to gay op Arch from the Archcast because Dev was still there. Now, Dev no longer shows up on the Archcast. Maybe he'll come back one day. But Proctor tried to get me to gay op the Archcast because of Dev, because Dev is a shitheel and was being a shitheel to Kirsch, and because Proctor is a simp for Kirsch, he wanted to do anything he could to harm the people that like held water for Dev or were okay with Dev. And so Proctor tried to get me to gay op the Archcast by trying to force Lumi, who is an active member of the Archcast. He wanted me to try and get Lumi to stop going on the Archcast. And because I wouldn't do that, the very next day, he proclaimed that Mizu was a pedophile and blocked me, Mizu, and Lumi. And ever since then has been doing anything he can to ruin the reputation of the three of us by saying that all of us are horrible people. You want to know what's funny? When that happened, a lot of people in his server were banned because they thought that he was a big retard for doing that. So Proctor's kind of a laughingstock in his own little circle because anybody that knows that story thinks that he was retarded that day. But yeah. Proctor hates me because I wouldn't follow through with the gay opping. He also thinks I'm a retard for leaving my my favorite old manager that he thinks is an esports coach. But you know, is what it is. Yeah. And again, I got nothing against Kirsch. I think Kirsch is all right. I sometimes think that she leans into the mainstream because she likes Asmongold. But he will literally do gay ops, probably without her knowing, if he thinks that it would help her. And again, she has to pretend he doesn't exist because of who he is and what he runs. Gosh. Anyway. Long side tangent. But, while I don't agree with how he said it, all right? I don't agree with how he said it. I agree with the basic premise that if Iron Mouse wasn't a streamer, or Iron Mouse wasn't ill, she probably wouldn't even be a streamer. Just saying. So, a lot of people got pissed off at him for this. But, the idea was right, the execution horribly wrong. That's all we'll say. Now, gotta be careful how I show this here. Kitsunero showing more unemployed behavior from some of these people. Kitsunero, by the way, getting some of the most hate from all of this just for saying that she doesn't want people. If that makes sense. She doesn't want people in this medium, and like this is some of the responses she gets. Some of the responses she gets. Again, why do people want to gatekeep? Well, that's why. That's why. Now, we've already talked about this, but Iron Mouse has defended Burnt Peanut. And we already talked about this. We'll move on. Now, Asmongold has had multiple takes on this, or really just a couple. This is a 5-minute clip. We're not going to watch it. We're not going to watch it because I don't have time, sadly. And I would spend like 30 minutes talking about a 5-minute clip. But Asmongold basically is okay with it, you know? He is a normie. He is the normie guy. And I think what some people forget is he is the normie, all right? Normal people will probably agree with him on a lot of this. But I kind of disagree with him, basically, if that makes sense. Amazing how you get a lot of the toxic randos to slam on you for trying to say the quiet part out loud. No, yeah, very true. He's also a communist. He is whatever he is. Asmongold did say it should be gate kept. Well, that's good. That's good. That's good. This individual, I saw their opinion and I liked it. This Momo says, probably going to get a lot of heat for this, but I'm first speaking my mind and not just repeating whatever others say. I don't care if Peanut is a VTuber or not. Again, physically, sure. Spiritually, not. Probably depends a lot on whether he wants to be considered one or not. A lot of non-VTuber fans use this award to mock VTubers and call you all pedophiles and 40-year-old weirdos impersonating little girls. And somehow, some of the influential VTubers of the community are like, ew, why are you upset? He is a VTuber. That's what I'm saying. You simplify what's going on and treat your peers and colleagues as if we would be jealous when we honestly couldn't have cared at all who won as long as our jobs and hobbies would have been respected. Like, I understand having to look good to the general public, but at least don't shit on your own fans and peers. Good night. And I agree. Good opinion. I agree with what she says here. 100% agree. Now we got a little bit of Mizu. I think I have a couple of Mizu opinions here. This was yesterday, I believe. By the way, Mizu got into a Asmongold video. So, Mizu's got some good stuff here. Even Iron Mouse admits singing was her dream. I believe it. Mizu says, I find it funny people are still confident about the peanut guy being awesome, but everyone is just constantly lying to make him look better. Mouse voted for him. She showed it on stream, and she voted for Maury. That's funny. Marshall, thank you for the thank you for the raid. My apologies. Thank you for the raid, Marshall. Welcome. Moving on. Mizu says, quote, not being a VTuber is just a bit, unquote. He said that with a straight face during an interview. What bit? He went on at length about how he doesn't like VTubers. And again, I agree with that. Quote, the awards nomination was a joke, unquote, orchestrated by Shroud, who openly hates anything that isn't facecam FPS slop streaming. Quote, his fans are actually real chill, unquote. Sit in his chat for 5 minutes and you're guaranteed to learn a new slur or two, which might be funny. And I just don't get it. Why lie so much? Why is everyone jumping off a cliff to defend this dude from baby's first criticism? And I agree. I agree. Now here's a Tectone opinion. You know, guy that's like been hiding from the internet. I guess he'll come back eventually, but he's been gone. And hopefully he comes back soon. But he says, parasocial VTuber fans going after the burnt peanut, calling him homophobic because bro said the word faggot. That doesn't make him homophobic. It makes him a normal fucking dude. And I would agree with that. Everyone says these words besides people trying to keep up an image to not be problematic on the internet. And I do think that he apologized because he wasn't trying to be problematic on the internet. Sorry to break it to you, but your favorite CCs also say the word retarded offline as well, and they're not ableist for saying it either. And I kind of agree with Tectone on this. Oh gosh, I'm gonna sneeze again. How goes roasting the peanut? I think I'm doing a mild job of it. It's mostly just leftists. No, I would agree with that. I would agree with that. I would agree. Oh, excuse me. These words mean nothing unless you give them power. Y'all tweaking over nothing. Y'all just mad he run VTuber of the year, which is crazy because y'all... I don't think he knows who he's arguing against right now. I legitimately don't think he knows who he's fighting against right now, because literally Kitsu is also one that is upset, and she's not getting upset for those reasons. I don't know. I just don't think... again, Tectone, the last guy to give an opinion that may or may not be of worth, fucking retarded in my personal opinion. He's out of the loop. I agree. He's out of the loop. I agree. Grifter doesn't know his own opinions. Who would have thought? I know, right? I think he did roast Mouse on another post. I haven't seen that. I don't care that Peanut said they upslur. I don't either. I thought that was kind of funny. I care that he's a normie industry plant being pushed to undermine VTubing. Probably. Anyway, let's move on. I can't stand Tectone. I'll just go over this real quick, but Mizu did make it into a Asmongold stream, which was kind of funny, by the way. Kirsch, I think she's just trying to be funny, so I don't really care. But Kirsch tried to have a funny opinion. I have a feeling if she was completely honest about her opinion, some people might be mad. I don't know if she said it on stream or not, but this was kind of like her opinion. Again, she's trying to make a joke, and I want to be honest with you, it's probably the safest thing to do. If you don't really want to upset people, this is the safest thing to do. This bit has layers. A peanut is a legume. This man is a spud hunter. Another name for a spud tuber. Now that the peanut has won VTuber of the year, the man who hunts spud tubers can finally add burnt peanut to his list. Yeah, I think she just wanted to make a joke. Kirsch avoids controversy outside of politics. No, and again, I don't hate Kirsch for that, but it is obvious to me that she tries to not push boundaries unless it's politics, and you can make that criticism of her if you want. I would say, maybe she's just trying to stay in the lane that she's good at, which is exposing Bridge and other politics. So, it's up to you about whether or not you want to be mad about that. I don't really care, Again, she's just trying to make a joke, and it's whatever. It's whatever. Ugly Bagster had a funny one. Let me see if I have that one. I can't remember if I do. I don't know I had this one up. Let's see. I think... Oh, yeah. Okay, so let's listen to Smuggalana, who had another L take, I might add. Kirsch said she understands the awards are dumb, but she agrees that the peanut isn't a VTuber. Well, there you go. I'd say that's a pretty solid opinion, and she probably doesn't have to go further than that, She's taking offense to her approach. Listen, again. Not trying to be mean. Okay? Not trying to be mean. I do legitimately think she tries to be chill because of Asmon. Okay? If she thinks it will help her get with Asmon, and I'll wait for this to go through.
The landlords have been tipped $20 by @InternetZenMaster8952 a Hassan disrespecter. Iron Mouse defends the peanut because she wants to be part of the LA in crowd. I blame CDOG. Also, the ethot who gave the VTuber award caused the famous Shando quote about women to pop into my head.
Yeah. All I will say is if you like or dislike something that Kirsch says, you have to look at it through the lens of why is she saying it the way she does? And then you also then just have to watch whatever Asmongold says. You can criticize her if you want for that. Up to you. I would say it is a mild criticism because, again, whatever. But But I still think that her saying that he's not a VTuber is the correct thing to do. You know? Again, no hate towards her. All right? She has not done anything to make to suggest to me that I should hate her. I disagree with her sometimes, and I agree with her sometimes. But I think she's going to try and be safe around certain opinions when she wants to be with Asmongold. Even if that will never happen. Okay. As long as she acknowledges that, that's fair, you know? Asmon's not going to sleep with these ladies? Probably not. But you know what? Let her try, I guess. Let her try. And again, I don't care. Kind of pathetic for Curse to simp? I don't care. It's a meme at this point, and it's kind of funny. All I will say is I won't do that. Anyway. Smuggalana had an L take, in my personal opinion. Let's listen what she has to say.
Like, the notion that you need to, like, gatekeep the VTubing community from peanut viewers because you don't want normies in it is retarded.
That is a retarded thing to say. Alana, retarded energy. Retarded energy, okay? I know that's like a joke, but I don't know what it is. More and more I listen to her, the more and more I think she is just legitimately stupid. Okay? Legitimately, actually stupid. Okay? And I'm sorry if you like her. This woman will literally let killers into her house before she recognizes that they're trying to stab her to death. Okay? She does not understand. You don't want the normies! You fucking bitch! You don't want the normies! The normies want you dead! She wants to fit in. She does. It's actually sadly obvious. Alright? It is sadly obvious that this fucking woman is so willing to lay down her life for the attempt at a crumb of fitting in with the cool people. She did just get into Mythic, so maybe that's happening for her, and she's just towing the line. But this woman is so willing to let people in that will call her a pedophile because she likes anime, that as long as she gets in, it doesn't matter. Listen, I'll let her do it. I'll let her do it. You know, go right ahead, woman. Get the normie audience. The gate will be closed by the time you realize they're trying to cancel you for being Russian. I heard that she's Russian and Ukrainian, which is quite the deadly combo. But, you know, go right ahead. Go right ahead, woman. You're allowed to have that opinion. You're just not allowed to get upset when people come after you. And I already see it on the horizon. Kirsch Light. I don't think that Kirsch would be this well, they're all women, but I don't think that they would be this retarded. I just think that she's stupid. Like, legitimately. People told me that she was cool and that she was somehow this secretly based VTuber. No. Smuggalana is retarded. I still remember I called her out for not reading the whole Kirsch doc. She got mad at me, and then I like showed her a clip where she skipped it and she wouldn't respond to me. You know, when people make jokes about women, this is the kind of women that they make jokes on. This is the kind of woman that they're talking about. Just saying. Just saying, this is the kind of woman that they make jokes about. Well, let's finish this, though. I'm not going to be a Klimp chimp, and we're going to watch the whole thing. By the way, this is her clip, by the way.
You are actually so low IQ.
There you get
I would
free
argue 60%, maybe like even 80% of my audience are people who didn't know what a VTuber was, and then they found me on YouTube, and now they watch VTubers. You will have retards that join the VTubing community, and as long as you don't...
And you're letting them in. You're letting those retards in.
change your content to like accommodate them, They will self-filter themselves. Again.
I disagree. They will self-filter you out. You know what's funny is this woman does have many crash outs on Twitter. I expect them to get a lot worse as she is challenged more. You're making me sad? I'm sorry. We'll move on. But that's just the truth of it. Alana is a retard that doesn't even recognize that she is being eaten alive as well. Just saying. I saw this. I thought this was kind of cute. This is somebody's take on drawing Burnt Peanut as a VTuber. I think this is kind of cute. It's even got the eyes and the mouth. I thought this was kind of a cute little fan art here. I don't know if he's commented on it, but like I thought this was kind of cute. I approve of this. Whoever this artist is here, I approve of them and what they did. I think it's kind of cute. What is this? Oh, so that's Connor talk. I don't have enough time to go through Connor's thoughts, but Connor's thoughts were retarded as well. Connor was stupid as well. I don't have time to go through that one either. Okay, so we have a couple more here, and then we're going to get into my final thoughts. So Evanito had a funny opinion. Evanito says, I've spent 5 years promoting VTubers as these wonderful people I've come to know to normies on the internet, only for random VTubers to say the dumbest things I've heard in my life and ruin all that progress in one tweet. Oh, the replies to some of this is amazing. Rev's is probably my favorite, and Rev had a good opinion in my personal opinion. Rev says, good point, bro. VTubers should just accept hordes of people harassing and slandering them for simply existing to appease normies that hate them and everything they stand for. They ruined progress. Have you considered growing a spine to actually defend VTubers? Rev is correct here. 100% correct here. Sorry, Evanito. I like kind of felt bad for how I ribbed this man when it came to how he talked about the Cinder stuff because he was kind of right. I'm going back to just saying, Evanito, fucking spineless, baby. All right? If he wants to have normies in there, all right, go play with the normies. VTubers don't want you in this house. All right? You're not welcome. You're not welcome here, my man. Okay? Oh. This opinion was decent. This person says, the Peanut won the VTuber award fair and square. He uses a model and is very entertaining. Just wish he'd be nicer to VTubers. I'm going to be real. If he was nicer to VTubers, I don't think a lot of people would care. But I kind of think that's an okay opinion. And then they immediately sink themselves by saying that QT did a great job setting up the show. No, she did not. No, she did not. Now we're going to move on. So let's look at the last thing that we'll look at before we get into my section of this, because I have a whole section of this here, is the top VTubers of the first week of December. And for some reason, Burnt Peanut is the first two. He's the first two. Not the first two. I believe that's because he multi-streams to YouTube and Twitch. But he's the first two. I don't know how. I don't get it. But he's the first two. And then this person said someone should community note this since Peanut said he's not a VTuber. And then Streamer Chart said, we spoke with him about it. He's okay being included as a VTuber. So again, now he's okay with it. And again, like I said earlier, I think he's doing that because he knows it pisses people off and he knows that people will get upset and it pushes him even further. So, you know, I can't really get mad at him. I can get mad at the game. But the game is, he knows that he can piss people off because of it. You know? And, oh, you know what? I should show this one as well. A lot of people are questioning his legitimacy. A lot of people are wondering just how botted he is. And I'm going to be real with you. I don't know. I don't know. Okay? A lot of people think that he is fake and being propped up. If you want my personal opinion, I don't know. Okay? It's very possible. But if you want my take, it is possible, as with everybody, that there is botting. But it is also possible that he jumped onto a trend and got lucky. Because Mizu talks about this a lot. I talk about it too. You can be a fantastic streamer and do good, or you could be a shit streamer. And if you have that lucky break, you can legitimately do this good. I believe that. Okay? I legitimately think that he is I legitimately think it is possible that he could just be attracting a lot of people. Okay? I legitimately think that's possible. It's also possible that he's botting, but it's also very much so possible that he got lucky, that a lot of people have decided that his weird model is funny enough to do this.
The landlords have been tipped
Thank you
$2
for the $5, or excuse me, $10. My apologies.
To a Hassan disrespecter. What Peanut's doing is similar to how Nux included Jaden animations in his thumbnails for a while, rage baiting for content. Only what Peanut's doing is far more damaging to VTubing as a whole.
I would say it is damaging, yes, because it's... Because like, unlike the last time this happened... You guys remember the last time this happened? It was a couple months ago with Ludwig, which we're going to talk about, by the way. Last time this happened, Ludwig just stepped in and stepped out when he recognized nobody wanted him there. But with Peanut, he knows that there is fire to be gained from this, so he's going to use it. He's going to use it. And, you know, in a world where people really don't have to care, streamer world, why should he stop? Why should he stop, chat? Who cares? He's growing. He would be, honestly, a retard not farming the hate to get more individuals to love him. You know? So, why should he stop? Thank you for that comment, Victus. I'll let me read that. Peanut's been streaming for a long time, built his audience for Tarkov since many of the large creators dipped after the Unheard edition. He then transitioned to other extraction shooters, so he had built up a good audience. No, yeah, I can fully believe that he can be an organic individual that grew because he jumped onto something and became that guy for it. A lot of people like extraction shooters, all right? Even though I'm not good at it, I like extraction shooters too. I need some regular water now. I can 100% believe that he got lucky jumping on that train. And you know, if I was him, why should I stop? Why would I stop? You know? Thank you for the 279 Canadian, Wiccanist. But now that we've come to the end of the opinions, I'm going to give you mine. Okay. Okay, we're gonna skip past some other stuff I had here. Well, I guess there was another opinion where Iron Mouse was like, and this was I think yesterday, where Iron Mouse was like, she doesn't understand the hate. She doesn't get it. She thinks it's weird that people are so upset at this. She just doesn't get it. Well, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. And now we approach the final section of this stream that I wanted to do. and that is gatekeeping. Now, I know a thing or two about gatekeeping. I have actually talked about gatekeeping before. In fact, my talk of gatekeeping in the past got me a response from the person I wanted to gatekeep. Now, you guys might remember, back at the beginning of the year, I thought this was in July. I was wrong. This was in February, where another creator, a normie, that everybody hates, okay, that everybody hates, decided he was going to put on the maid outfit for a moment, and he was going to be a VTuber for the day because he lost a bet. And a lot of people were concerned about this, including myself. Now, this, in my personal opinion, was my best tweet, I would say, of the year, based off of just how much attention it got.
The landlords have been tipped $10
Thank you for the
by
10.
Internet Zen Master 8952 a Hassan Disrespecter. I'm torn. Yes, he's growing, but I'd wager he's not getting any actually VTuber fans. No one will call Peanut their Oshi. He will not actually infect the VTubing space.
Probably, yeah.
Just be in the wilderness.
Oh my god,
Thank you for the $6.99 Canadian. I don't know why your last thing didn't go through, but thank you.
$6 Canadian and 99 cents. I feel the hate has mostly shifted of Peanut and to Iron Mouse about not standing up for VTubers.
No, I would agree. But we've already gone through this, chat. Although last time this happened, I think a lot of people didn't really understand the problem with gatekeeping, or the perceived problem. And a lot of people got upset that I suggested that we need to gatekeep the medium against people that would bastardize it. And a lot of people thought I was retarded for saying that. Because everybody should be welcome. Everybody should be allowed to be in this, you know? Anybody can jump in and be a VTuber. Anybody can adopt a model. But the problem is that's not true. You know, you can get a custom live 2D model. You can have a debut. You can even have a little section where you piss all over Sea-Dog as a joke. But if you're not willing to respect the culture,
from MommaOcco,
it's a problem. Edwardbox TV sent $5 for more hats. You know, Peanut says slurs. So maybe we judged him too harshly. Peanut Mayoshi.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Hold on a moment. So, I had an opinion on it. Because my worry wasn't necessarily this guy. I mean, it kind of was. Kind of was. 'Cause I knew he was a spineless, whiny bitch that would kowtow to his friends. But I was less concerned because he was putting in at least some of the work. But he wasn't he wasn't the problem. He was, but he wasn't the problem. Okay? The problem is these people don't walk into a medium alone. They walk in with all of their fans and all of the people that may know nothing about the culture that comes with it. And that's the problem. Is these creators, they look at VTubing that year over year gets shit tons of money. with some of the top female creators not even selling their pussy on OnlyFans. Okay? Some of the top creators don't even have to do that. And you have people from the outside looking in, seeing money to be made. Or they may just want to get into it because they are anime fans and maybe they will respect the medium. But they bring with them, unfortunately, people that will not respect the medium. That will not respect the culture or the people that come with it. And that's why you gatekeep. Here, that's why this exists. Okay? I don't care that Burnt Peanut won an award for a ceremony ran by a woman who doesn't know how to buy health insurance. That is something that is so hilarious that I can't be that legitimately mad. Legitimately, I can't be that mad. But what I can be mad about is that it feels extremely obvious that a lot of people just want to wear a costume but not appreciate. You know, when we talk about cultural appropriation, you see a lot of people that disrespect the culture. You know, and then you kind of walk over to them and say, hey, you should probably knock that off, you know? But like, when they bring in their friends, it's kind of like, do you guys remember here? Give me one moment. Let me see if I can find an image of this. And you'll understand, without me having to say anything, you should understand what I mean. Okay? I hope at least. This is what I mean, all right? This is what I don't want. Okay? This is the people making fun of a culture and wearing it like a skin because they just think it's cool. If that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. Please tell me if it doesn't make sense.
From MommaOcco.
At Internet's in Master 8952 sent $5 for more hats. Here's the biggest question: why did Cinderella even have a VTuber award segment and allow Peanut to win? We all know these awards are rigged.
I don't even care. I just think it just tells a story, honestly. But you know, this is why you gatekeep. This is why not everybody should be allowed to come to the table. Okay? Okay? This is why some people should just be told, no, we don't want you here. Because they can see what they're going to do, because there's a history, or they can see the red flags that come behind it. And they should be allowed to say, no, thank you. No, thank you. I don't want you here. Leave. Now, unfortunately, some of the biggest voices in the VTuber scene don't get that. Probably because they are just as bad, in my personal opinion. So, unfortunately, it will get worse. It will. Because people will come in, more people, and some of them will stay. Maybe. I highly doubt a lot of Burnt Peanuts fans will care enough to actually interact with the audience. They seem really intent on just calling everybody pedophiles and then walking away. But I think the thing that needs to be understood is this, it's not for everybody. This medium isn't for everybody. Some people should be told you're not allowed to be here. So, where do we go from here? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. As far as I'm concerned, my community is a pretty good community, I'd say. I'd say I gatekeep my community pretty well, just with how I interact as a streamer. But year over year, I see a degradation of the greater VTuber scene. I'll be honest with you. Just makes me more emboldened to make fun of it. So, I'm going to keep making fun of it. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make my own side better, you know, build my own side better. And just continue to laugh at the retards. At the retard faggots. That's what I'm going to do. But that's what I got for you today. That's what I got for you today. If you're interested in listening to the video that I made about this, there's the video where I talk about Ludwig becoming a VTuber. If you're interested, you can listen to that later. And again, just if you take away anything from today, okay? Just remember, this award show that was put on by a woman who doesn't know how to buy health insurance and is dating a man that let his friend drink himself to near death. If anything, that's the joke that you should take away from this. That the people that run these kinds of things are not real human beings. I'm not convinced that QT and Ludwig are aliens. They might be. Not illegal ones, just aliens in general. But that, chat, is Hump Day. That is Hump Day. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you got something out of it. I hope that I was able to entertain you for the last 4 to 5 hours. If you enjoyed today's stream, my request for you is that you hit the like button on it, show your appreciation, or subscribe to my channel is the best things you can do for free if you are interested. Like and subscribe. If you would like, become a member on the stream. By the way, I will tell you before you leave, I am raising the tier 2 memberships so that I can have a lot of... So what I want to do is I want to raise the tier 2 memberships so that people can gift on the tier 1 memberships for $1. Because I've seen a lot of people do that, and a lot of people seem to enjoy doing a lot of tier 1 gift memberships. And the only way to do that is to raise the price of the tier 2. So just to let you know, tier 2 memberships are going to go from $4.99 to $5.99. I think it will actually, when I remake it, it will cancel your tier 2s. So if you would like to subscribe at a tier 2 after it's raised $1, much appreciated. Thank you. If not, that's fine too. But I'm doing that specifically because people like throwing gifts, but doing it at $1 is going to be the way I want to do it. So another reminder, do not touch the poo if you see people doing stupid shit. Your job is to laugh from afar like I do, and that is about it. If you're curious, in about half an hour, I will be joining EvaElfpire to watch some more Good Place on her Kick channel. And then I will be back tomorrow night for some Grounded. If you're on YouTube, I am sending you to the Offensive Charm podcast. Very fun little podcast with one of my favorite black friends. I don't just call him a black friend. He's a good friend of mine. If you are on Twitch, I'm sending you over to Shiroy, and unfortunately, there's nobody on Kick that is that I know that is streaming, sadly. So, yeah, I will let you guys all go. I will be back tomorrow. Link here. I'll give you a link to Ava's YouTube channel. There you go. Go follow Ava. It'll be on her Kick channel though. Like I said, I'll be back tomorrow night for Grounded, maybe talking about some other stuff, and then back Friday and Saturday as per normal. Thank you so much, everybody that has decided to show up today. You very much appreciated. For the last poll of the evening, is Burnt Peanut a VTuber? 60% of you say no. I will see you guys later. Have a good one. And always remember to gatekeep.